Good evening and welcome to the regular board meeting of Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors. We had a 6 p.m. closed session and a 7 p.m. open session. Our teleconference location is Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County. Public comment opportunities. Members of the public might need comments at the regular meeting of the Board of Directors regarding closed session items, agendized items, non-agendized items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in your comment card to the Board Secretary, Michael DeLune. Requests for comment may also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community input time. If a member of the public wishes to email comments to be read during the meeting, please email them to publiccomments@opaschools.org by 6 p.m. on May 15th, 2025. Public comment, including email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment, up to 20 minutes of public comment per topic on the agenda. Board members cannot respond when public comment is given, except to refer the matter to staff for resolution or to place it on a future board agenda for a more substantive conversation and action. Under the Brown Act, public comment is a one-way conversation and cannot be acted upon by the board at this meeting. All comments are captured and will be followed up accordingly. Reasonable accommodation. With at least 48 hours notice, any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in the board of directors meeting may request an assistance by commenting public comment at opaschools.org or 949-600-9050. The video and audio recordings of the meeting will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via Zoom webinar at meeting ID 320-324-6235. The meeting is called to order by board president at 6:02 p.m. We will start with a roll call vote. Member Travis is here. Dr. Smith is running late. Member DeLune.
Here.
Member Filer.
Here.
And Dr. Shaw.
Here.
Wonderful. Approve the agenda of the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on May 15th, 2025. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve the agenda for the regular meeting of Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on May 15th, 2025. May I please have a motion?
I motion.
May I have a second?
Dr. Sharp.
Second. Wonderful. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion moves. Next, community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on closed session agenda items only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board Secretary, are there any comments regarding items listed under closed session?
None for the closed session items.
Wonderful. Closed session for discussion and possible action. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9 for cases. Conference with real property negotiators 54956.8C. Public employee appointment dismissal discipline release 54957 2 cases. Public employee performance evaluation executive director 54957. The meeting will move to closed session at 6:03 p.m. Welcome back to the Oxford Preparatory Academy regular board meeting of May 15th, 2025. We are reconvening from open session at 7:12 p.m. There is no public report of action taken in closed session. Next, we would like to move on to OPA recognitions. OPA would like to recognize several items, and so I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Dr. Fricker.
And we didn't acknowledge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That I'm here now.
I'm sorry. That's
You did it.
that's okay. I would like to acknowledge that Amy Smith joined us in closed session. Yeah, no, I hear.
Good evening, everyone. This is such a great event tonight. It is such an honor and a privilege to not only recognize some outstanding students that we have here at Oxford Preparatory Academy, but all of the family members that support all of our students every single day, from the time they get up to the time they go to bed, and every single thing in between. I just want everyone to have a big, warm round of applause for all of the parents and family members behind the scenes. We do know that this recognition period is so important to just honor those deep-seated traditions that OPA has, those strong bonds between our faculty and our students across our campuses, and then all of the things that make OPA great and wonderful, all those specialty programs that our students just thrive and succeed at. So it's just really my honor and privilege to welcome the chancellors up here who are going to be presenting these awards to all of our students and our student groups. The honorees tonight are students who have competed and won in various activities beyond that academic boundary, and they go into those activities after school that enrich our programs and bring things to life in many ways that our academic program enhances, but does not completely exemplify. So these include athletic teams who have prepared and have fought fierce competitions against other middle schools as a part of the Charter School League, as well as individual champions who represent OPA at regional and or national competitions. And additionally, those professors who work hard and have several contributions to those teams and organizations and work diligently behind the scenes to bring those things to life for our students. So each honoree will be called up and recognized according to the recognition ceremony. And I just want to call Miss Maggie Burdett up, and who will start off the ceremony for us.
Good evening, everyone. It's very exciting to have so many parents and students in the audience tonight. So we are very excited to start our recognitions. So I'm going to start our first recognition. Is Miss McDermott in the audience? Miss McDermott is going to come up and introduce our first recognee.
So we had an opportunity to participate in something called the National Civics Bee. And 3 of my students applied and wrote essays and submitted. And Krishna Gopanathan had come in 3rd, and she moves on to represent OPA at the state finals in June at Ronald Reagan Library. Krishna.
Oh.
So proud of you. And next up, I would like to welcome Mr. Thomas to talk about his esports program.
But a lot of you didn't even know we had esports around here. But We competed in the fall. We compete in online chess and a number of other online games. And in the chess competition, we had Erwin E get third place. We had Ishwar T get first place in online chess, and we had Abigail J get second in a gaming competition called Brawlhalla. She also got first most recently a couple weeks ago this spring in Brawlhalla as well. Abigail, I believe, is here. If you guys are up here, come on down.
All right, and next we get to recognize some of our leadership students. So I'd like Mr. Chandler to please come to the podium. Chandler is not here tonight, so we just wanted to recognize our amazing leadership students that work so hard every day to bring the life of OPA to all of our students. They instill such great spirit and character to our program. And specifically, we'd like to recognize our president, Mally Matthews, and our VP, Ashley Taylor. I think they both had scoring events this evening. So again, they are watching either on Zoom or hopefully we'll watch later. So congratulations. I'd now like to introduce Chancellor Wright, who's going to introduce our next recognition.
I'm getting older as I come up here now and I have to put my glasses on in order to read. So I'm going to have Tara and Studi come up here and join me so I can talk about their amazing accomplishments. So ladies, can you please come up? So as they're walking up, Tara and Studi in March competed in the Rube Goldberg World Championships at Purdue University, and as a spouse of Indiana University's alumni, it's hard for me to talk anything nice about Purdue, but we did have something fun happen there for our local teams. These ladies won their local regionals in order to compete at this national event. Their job was to compete a contraption that would feed a pet. They won the award for Swine and Shine Spa to feed their pet piggy bank with coins. It's my kind of contraption. Tara and Studi did this competition completely on their own. They embody the OPA spirit. They're smart. They're driven. And I'm so proud to be their chancellor. So, of course, they brought their awards. Feel free to check them out.
All right, I'd now like Mr. Thomas to please come back up to the podium. So this time we actually get to recognize Mr. Thomas for a very special award that he just recently received. So we were so pleased to be surprised to find out that Mr. Thomas, not surprised, but pleasantly excited that he received the Orange County Department of Education STEM Coding Educator of the Year Award. So Mr. Thomas has demonstrated exceptional leadership in advancing our STEM education in Orange County through the development and expansion of a very successful middle school information communication technologies career technical education pathway. Over the past 2 years, Mr. Thomas has transformed our program from a basic computer science focus into a dynamic and engaging pathway that is providing students with hands-on experiences in coding, game development, and esports. Under his guidance, students have written over 100,000 lines of code and created 75 original game projects, which were actually showcased during a highly successful school arcade day. Additionally, the program's esports teams, which you met, have achieved top awards in competitive events, highlighting both the technical and the collaborative skills developed through his innovation instruction. Looking ahead, Mr. Thomas is continuing to drive innovation by expanding the ICT pathway into app development, artificial intelligence, and digital creativity. Some of our planned projects include AI-powered recommendation apps, an interactive circuit prototype, and coding for music competition. This is definitely ensuring that our students will gain cutting-edge skills that will prepare them for the future in academics and professional success. His ability to create a thriving, future-focused STEM program that engages and inspires students reflects his exemplary performance and qualifications. Mr. Thomas's impact on student achievement and his commitment to preparing our next generation of innovators makes him highly deserving of this award. So again, congratulations. All right, now we get to recognize our incredible athletes, and I would like to welcome up Coach Barton.
Hi, all. Thank you. Thank you. Just like my counterpart, as we get older, we need these things. So we're going to start with girls volleyball. I'm here on behalf of Coach Alex Masakawa, who's he's the volleyball coach and the girls volleyball coach and the boys and the girls basketball. And they are both back-to-back champions. So if you are here, please come up and receive your award. If you are not, congratulations to all of you who participated. And then I will get into my football team shortly. So all three of these were champions this year. So let's start. So all right, so we have Ava A, Aisha A, Georgia Anderson, Olivia Anderson, Micah C, Madeline De La O, Malika G, Sophia Healy, Michaela Jones, Leilani Lopez, Meredith Miller, Juvia M, Isabella Paragibi, and Brooklyn Richardson, and Nazim A. And one more, I'm sorry, Karen Vahar. I had to turn the page. I apologize. Ladies, terrific job. You represent OPA with your scholar and your academics and your athletics. Congratulations. Okay, let's go on to girls basketball. If you are here, you want to come on up and then I'll just name you by names or we have one. Yay. Oh, there we go. We got two more coming.
There we go.
Also, once again, thank you for representing OPA with your ability, your scholar, and your athletics. Congratulations on your back-to-back championship. We'll start in alphabetical order. Serena C. We have Addie Croak, Paulette E, Malika G again. Whoa, dual. She's like a dual threat. Kara Malari, Kaylee Malari, Carly O, Ava T, Bahia T, Leah T, Leanna T, a lot of T's, Marcella V, and Madison Y. Congratulations all. And last but not least, but near and dear to my heart, last year we came in second place. We lost to Santiago, our crazy rivals. So this year we got them, and I'm super proud of the following individuals who put their heart and dedication to our football season. And just on a different note, a side note, hopefully we started girls flag football. So hopefully next year we will also have a girls flag football team. So obviously we all know, or if you don't know, we will have Olympics as a girls flag football team. So if the flag football team is, please come up here and come on up. So we did have a co-ed. We had, there she is. All right, we'll start in alphabetical order as well. Boaz B. He's here. Kyle Bennett, Isaiah Brown, Drew Shifshikara, Dean Dietrich, Cade Hackett, Nate Mendoza, Austin Morales, Natalia Rabe, Arton R. Jurgen Schreiber, Liam Tano, Sean V, Declan Walter, and Maddie Y. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, it was a pleasure. I'm glad we won this. It means a lot to me. And I hope you guys won't forget what we went through as a team. Yeah, get in there.
Okay, real quick before we go on to our next set of recognitions, can we have all of our student recognees that we just mentioned, our Rube Goldberg, our athletic teams, and our esports, and Krishna, come on back up. We're going to do a group photo with the board. All of our students we've recognized so far, and then we still have one more recognition to do. They're gonna have to really.
Sorry,
switch,
there's a
you
people
know,
like, yeah, I know they
things
have
we're
to.
doing.
So we you're only colored for like a little bit longer.
Yeah, actually.
My honor to recognize a very special group of students, but before that, we have another special professor to recognize. Would Miss Heather Roney please come up? We had another wonderful surprise. It is an honor to recognize Miss Roney for her exceptional leadership and commitment as an OPA PAL, Peer Assistant Leadership Advisor. She's served in this role for 6 years. And she was just recently named as the Orange County Department of Education Outstanding PAL Advisor. Curriculum and incorporation of guest speakers from organizations such as OCDE and her dynamic team building activities, Ms. Roney equips our students with essential life skills in communication, problem solving, and self-awareness. Her innovative approach includes turning the reins over to students in the second semester, allowing them to design and lead class activities through formal proposals and peer feedback, further fostering their independence and authentic leadership development. Under Ms. Rohde's guidance, the PAL program has become an essential part of our school culture. She sets high expectations through rigorous application and contract processes and ensures that PAL students are actively involved in initiatives that support our positive school climate. These initiatives include leading morning announcements, tutoring peers, organizing Red Ribbon Week and our mental health campaign, and managing service projects like food drives and the Secret PAL program. Her commitment to student well-being, school engagement, and community outreach has left a lasting impact on our campus, making Ms. Roney highly deserving of this PAL recognition. And just to note, this is a recognition you can only earn once in your entire career, so it is very prestigious to have earned this. So congratulations to Ms. Roney. That's it. And as another part of her outstanding commitment to leadership, our PAL program was named as the Orange County Department of Ed Outstanding PAL Program. So also a very incredibly prestigious award. So Ms. Roney is going to come up and announce her PAL students who are here.
So any PAL students, if you're here, come on up and then I'll read through our roster. Big round of applause as they're walking up. So in our PAL class, we have Ava Oktkara, Brianna Alvarez, Akshana Aljan, Leah Barillo, Isaiah Brown, Malia Brown, Serena Shamit, Emma De Leon, Selena Flaw, Gianni Gulati, Ellie Kim, Ava Krakubo, Dylan Lombaco, Elaine Lee, Kristen Matthews, Margaret Miller, Anadi Palacrula, Penny Ramirez, Aaliyah Razik, Lana Raid, Silas Tano, Abby Teo, Ilakia Thalon, Uvia Thalon, Ishwar Thayagarjan, Leanna Travis, Annie Wahab, Addie Young, and I think I got everyone. So big round of applause. And I just want to add, I mean, these are 6th, 7th, and 8th graders who came in wanting a leadership role and have truly embraced it and taken it on, helping with fundraisers, activities around campus. We did a mental health campaign today at lunch, and they really have just great ideas and hit the floor running. And I'm so proud of all of you guys. And I hope you continue the leadership roles in the future. So congratulations.
Oh.
We're gonna walk the board out. Maybe make 2 rounds.
Okay. Right. Thank you to all of our wonderful champions for your amazing accomplishments from inside and outside the classroom, your true leadership, and everything you do each and every day. Our teachers, our students are just absolutely amazing at OPA. Would you guys like to add anything? No? Okay. With that, we will move to flag salute. Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And with that, we will move on to a tiny reception, and there is some cookies in the background. Thank you, guys. Welcome back from our short recess. Again, congratulations to all our amazing teachers and champions on all the work that you do every day. Next, we will be having community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda and non-agenda items only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Are there any comments on agendized or non-agendized items?
There are both via email and through in-person requests.
Okay.
There's a preference on where to start.
Let's do the in-person first.
Okay.
Since they are here.
Okay.
Do you have a?
Oh, one at a time.
Yep.
And I apologize in advance if I butcher anyone's names here. Heather Rooney.
We want to remind the parameters and ask for the timer to go up.
Yes. Can the timer go up and you have 3 minutes and the board cannot respond, only direct staff.
Good evening, OPA board and community members. My name is Heather Roney and I'm an 8th grade teacher at OPA Middle School. I have taught at OPA Middle School for 7 years. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the middle school facility use agreement with SVUSD. I would like the board members to approve this agreement. Our OPA champions consider their school home, not because of the location, but because of the students, staff, and involved family members who occupy our space. Our amazing staff and administration are resilient and have made the best of our current temporary location. We provide a safe, engaging, and attentive environment in our classrooms, but because of our students who we like to call our kiddos, because in our hearts they are and they deserve to be on a real school campus. I know any space in addition to classrooms is not guaranteed, but if it is, this is what our current school site is missing. Auditorium, more staff restrooms, we currently only have 2. Teacher's lounge, teacher workspace, separate testing room for our students in Scholar Academy, library, and a parking lot. Our office space is occupied by our office assistant, office manager, registrar, school counselor, school psychologist, dean, chancellor, students, parents, 30+ staff members coming and going, and 2 loud copiers constantly being in use. This is unheard of and goes to show you why we need more space in actual school designated facilities. A separate teacher's lounge and workspace would give our office staff more breathing room, fulfilling their duties without additional stress. In the field of education, mental health and self-care is crucial for students and staff. Right now, our teachers are unable to recharge in a quiet staff communal area. Having a space that is just designated for staff rejuvenates us and allows us to go back into the classroom ready to give our students our best. Having a teacher workspace would improve community and collaboration among staff. It would permit for a safe space to have conversations about our students' learning without parents overhearing educational information that needs to remain confidential for the sake of all students. The portables that we call our classrooms are subpar, but as OPA teachers, we went above and beyond to spruce them up. Our custodial staff does an outstanding job with our facilities, but it's simply impossible to keep up with leaking roofs, broken air conditioners, and stenches from overnight rodents. The only fault for this is the insufficient portables that were given to us. An auditorium would grant our students the ability to have middle school assemblies and dances without having to share and reserve the space with the elementary school. Any student with an accommodation to test in a separate room for a quiet environment must legally receive that space. Right now, we don't have a designated space for this. Relocating to an actual school site will give us the space we need to provide a quiet space for students to focus. Our middle school students currently have 7 classes. A library would be in their best interest, giving them a studious environment to focus. Currently, Boys and Girls Club occupies classroom space, which interrupts teacher office hours after school. We have an amazing OPA home because of the people who are in it, but please consider giving our students and a staff a fully functioning home by approving the middle school facility use agreement. Thank you.
Okay, next is Robert Barton.
All right. Welcome and thank you to our board, colleagues, students, and parents. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my feelings. If you build it, they will come. That is a proverbial statement. I'm here to represent PE athletics in general if we do get a new campus. So a new school campus could significantly benefit our athletic program and our PE program in these several ways. One, campus facilities, a new campus and facilities. I wish we had a gym. I hope we get a gym. Maybe one day we will have a gym. Weight rooms, fields, tracks can improve training quality, safety, and performance of both our athletes and academically in PE. Updated locker rooms and equipment storage can enhance athlete comfort and organization of our equipment. Number two, expanded space with a new campus. More fields or courts allow for simultaneous practices and the ability to host games, reducing schedule conflicts in our Orange County League. More space can also support the addition of new sports teams, such as our girls flag football, which I touched on earlier. Three, recruitment and retention. With a new campus and facilities, OPA can attract talented student athletes, which in return can boost student enrollment. Improve conditions, boost school pride, and encourage students to participate in sports. And four, lastly, community and spectator engagement. A new campus and seating areas can accommodate more fans, more students, increasing community involvement and our school spirit. Hosting home games allows our families, athletes, and student population to become more engaged. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Next, we have Terry Denham.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Terry Dunham, and I teach seventh grade accelerated math and science at OPA Middle School. I've been teaching math and science at the middle school level for 15 years, and the last 2 of which have been spent at OPA. I would like to express my support for the acceptance of the facilities use agreement that SVUSD has offered OPA Middle School for the 2025-2026 academic year. When I was hired 2 years ago, I knew that launching a middle school would come with challenges. When last I spoke with the board, I stated that I believe that if OPA Middle School stayed the course, we would be amazed at what we could accomplish. We are 2 years in, and I'm already astonished. We have obtained an incredible leader in Chancellor Burdette, who has built a strong administrative team around her. This includes Mr. Rectine, our Dean of Students, and Ms. Kendall, our counselor. Additionally, she has built up our middle school faculty by developing leadership teams, making excellent new hires, and supporting our growth as educators. There are many opinions regarding how to make OPA Middle School successful and how to best support the long-term outcomes of this school. Memory is short when it comes to adversity, and I feel that some members of the community have forgotten the difficulties that OPA Middle School faced in its first few months and throughout its first year. Additionally, I believe that complacency has led to a sense of people viewing our current campus through a set of rose-colored glasses. I would encourage us not to allow our vision to be colored by something that now feels comfortable and familiar. The current facilities are not conducive to the long-term success of OPA Middle School, nor are they appropriate for the robust academic and extracurricular programs that OPA Middle School wishes to develop over the coming years. Success and comfort are not the same thing, and our current campus has always been a short-term solution to an unfortunate series of events that occurred 2 years ago. I would encourage the board to support the executive team. My observation is that Dr. Fricker has shown wisdom and prudence since she has come to the OPA family, that she is deeply invested and works long hours to ensure the success of our organization. Mr. Laurel has worked hard to make the OPA Middle School solvent and seems to have a firm grasp on how to ensure the long-term success of all OPA schools from a financial standpoint. I could write entire paragraphs expressing my deep appreciation for and loyalty to Chancellor Burdette. Her leadership and accomplishments speak for themselves. Next year will undoubtedly bring some controversy. It seems our society is always looking to burn another witch, whether that is an individual or an organization. It takes wisdom to cut through those distractions and gain clarity. As I have said before, the board is ultimately responsible for what happens to OPA, for better or worse, and it is my hope that the right decisions will be made tonight. Thank you for your time.
Next is Kendall. No, I'm sorry, I'm having a little hard time.
Me.
Thank you.
Kendall.
That's why I go back to Kendall.
There you go.
The school counselor. Okay. To our esteemed board, my name is Kendall Wayne and I currently serve as the middle school counselor here at OPA. I'm here tonight to express my full support for the facilities use agreement proposed by Saddleback Valley Unified, which would relocate our middle school to a new site. From a counseling standpoint, I strongly believe this move would significantly enhance the well-being and experience of both our students and our staff. Currently, my office is situated in the main office area. It's tiny. I share thin temporary walls with both a kindergarten classroom as well as a sixth grade classroom. And this setup compromises confidentiality and creates constant distractions due to noise, singing, whatever kindergarten is doing on a day-to-day basis. And I constantly have students express concern about confidentiality and being overheard by kindergarten and other staff. Many have asked whether people can hear them, and it inhibits their openness and comfort when they're in my office. And my biggest goal as a counselor is to always make sure my students are in a safe and comfortable space, especially in middle school. There's a lot of stuff going on. A move to a new facility would allow for a more appropriate counseling space, ideally located outside the main office and constructed with permanent walls that ensure both privacy and a quieter and calmer environment. As others have spoken to, our office can be chaotic, and it's really hard to calm a stressed student down when there's copiers and phones and students all over the place. So while I have used other things to help create a calming space, these are only temporary solutions to a persistent issue. I also have a long-term vision as a counselor of establishing a dedicated wellness center on campus, a calming and supportive space where students can decompress, process emotions, and engage in self-regulation activities before returning to class and ready to learn. I successfully implemented a wellness space at my previous site and witnessed firsthand the positive impact it had on student well-being, and it's something I'm passionate about bringing to OPA one day. Lastly, I think a dedicated space for just our middle school would allow us to foster a stronger sense of community. Our staff desperately needs a lounge for connection and restoration, and a multi-purpose room would serve as a venue for events, presentations, and all the amazing community building activities that we do here every single day. These shared spaces would help us to continue to cultivate a vibrant school culture and a deeper sense of belonging for both our staff and our students. In closing, I believe that relocating our middle school will be a transformative step forward. It will create the space and infrastructure we need to support student growth, strengthen our programs, and build a community that reflects the excellence OPA is known for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Erin Polk.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Hello, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening about the possibility of relocating OPA Middle School to a more spacious and better equipped facility. My name is Erin Kolk, and I currently teach 7th grade science as well as 2 periods of 6th through 8th STEAM elective classes. I want to begin by acknowledging all of our dedicated teachers who work incredibly hard to deliver engaging hands-on learning experiences while often facing the challenges of limited space and shared resources. I have great respect for the creative and thoughtful ways my colleagues have adapted to the challenges of these past 2 years. Tonight, however, I'd like to speak to you specifically about the STEAM elective. This is a course built around hands-on project-based learning that integrates science, technology, engineering, art, and math. The core activities in STEAM include 3D printing, robotics, laser cutting, hydraulic arm construction, and a variety of open-ended design challenges. These projects require access to specialized equipment, including but not limited to 3 3D printers, a large laser printer, and extensive robotics kits, as well as ample space for setup, operation, and storage. Because many projects unfold over multiple class periods and sometimes multiple days and weeks, partially completed work must remain out, further adding to the space demands. While the learning is dynamic and impactful for students, it places considerable pressure on the physical classroom environment and limits the potential for program growth. Although my STEAM classes make up just 1/3 of my teaching day, they require the bulk of the physical space in my classroom. This imbalance creates daily challenges, not just for organizing materials, but also for student safety, collaboration, and the overall learning environment. As the program continues to grow, we need a learning space that matches its scale and ambition. Looking ahead to the 25-26 year, the middle school is planning to expand our STEAM offerings even further by launching a VEX Robotics competition team. This promises to be an exciting and transformative opportunity for our students in our school, but it requires a large designated arena where students can test and iterate their robotic designs daily. Unfortunately, our current classroom footprint makes that kind of growth close to impossible. A move to a more established school site with larger classrooms, flexible spaces, and designated storage would not only enhance what we already do, it would allow us to take our STEAM programming to the next level. In short, the space we have now is limiting the potential we know our students have. With more room to explore and innovate and design, they would achieve even more, and I would be eager to help lead that into the next chapter. For these reasons, I urge you to approve the middle school facility use agreement.
Okay, and the last one for in-person comments is Brian Recting.
Good evening, board members, colleagues, and community partners. Tonight, I'd like to highlight an exciting opportunity before us, relocating our middle school to the new San Joaquin site. And why this move is more than just a change in geography, it is a chance to build a vibrant, unified school culture and enduring traditions that will serve years of students. Middle school is a critical transition period. It is where students begin to shape their identities, connect deeply with peers, and discover their place in a learning community. Right now, our middle school is operating in a space that was not maybe intentionally designed for their developmental needs or to foster a distinct middle school identity. We currently share a site with our wonderful SV family. And while our staff and students, they do an incredible job to make the most of it, our middle school students often express that it doesn't feel like their school. They walk in common areas where they're guests, not owners, and that impacts how they see themselves in the place in the large school community. The San Joaquin's location offers us fresh canvas. It allows us to intentionally create a campus that feels like it belongs to our middle schoolers, a place where they can take pride in their environment, their traditions, and each other. With dedicated spaces, we can create rituals and routines that are uniquely theirs, spirit rallies, recognition ceremonies, team competitions, and service projects, all centered in our campus built for them. When students feel ownership of their school, their sense of belonging and engagement rises. That translates to better behavior, stronger academic outcomes, and more connected relationship with staff and peers. By giving our middle school its own home, we're sending a clear message. You matter, your voice matters. And this is the space for you to grow, lead, and make mistakes safely. Finally, this move allows us to reset, rebrand, and relaunch with a focus on RISE. Respect, integrity, scholarship, and empathy, creating visible daily reminders in the physical space that reinforce these values and help our students live them every day. This is not just about buildings. It's about culture. It's about tradition. It's about giving our middle school students the opportunity to belong to something bigger than themselves. And that begins with a home that reflects who they are and who they can become. I hope tonight you will see the same potential as we do and vote yes to give our middle school students the home and the future they deserve. Thanks.
So a few comments that were submitted electronically. I'm happy to just read them off.
Perfect.
Okay. I'm just going to start from the top here. My name is Veronica Wong. I have been a middle school parent and honor society finance officer for 2 years, and I'm also an SV parent. The middle school has opened up more opportunities for our preteen to early teen students to experience a variety of electives and athletics and other programs. I support moving the middle school to its own campus. The current OPA campuses were never large enough to house a K-8, let alone 2 schools. Our middle school staff and students deserve to have proper spaces for learning, meeting, administration, counseling, and sheltering from inclement weather. Sharing honor hall and other spaces has been awkward for both schools. The portables just aren't adequate for conducting science labs and playing musical instruments. It will be wonderful to have a teen library, staff lounge, athletic fields, and a middle school marquee. With its own campus, the middle school can thrive at the high OPA quality we love and come back for each year. The next one. Dear board members, I wanted to take a moment to share my thoughts on the potential new location for a middle school. I believe this is a wonderful idea and an important step forward in providing a dedicated space for our students. When the idea of creating a separate middle school was first introduced, I was hesitant. One of the main reasons I originally chose OPA was because it offered a K-8 experience under one roof. However, when it was later explained that the middle school would have its own location, a place to grow independently, I supported the decision. Unfortunately, what was promised hasn't fully come to fruition. Instead of a new facility, our middle schoolers have spent most of their time in portables with shared spaces and parking lots that don't reflect the vision we were given. Despite these challenges, my family still loves OPA. A new and fully separate middle school campus will allow students to thrive and give them the environment they truly deserve. I would restore the OPA we all fell in love with, one that honors each stage of education with the right space, facilities, and resources. Our students deserve their own honor hall, dedicated classrooms, and parking areas for staff and families. Anyone who has dealt with the current parking situation knows how difficult it can be in the morning. I understand that some parents are opposed to the move, but I truly believe this change would be a positive one for the long-term growth and identity of our school. Many families who once loved OPA left when the middle school was separated without clear planning. I hope this new location can bring back the sense of community and excellence we all cherish. I all ask for transparency throughout the process. Please keep Dear board members, I drove by the proposed campus this morning. It is a beautiful area. It looks like there will be a lot of space for us to grow and flourish as our own middle school campus. The location was a little further away than I expected, but it only adds a couple of minutes to our drive from Ladera Ranch. This campus looks like a wonderful place for our students and our teachers. Wishing you all the best in your decision-making process, and thank you for all that you do for our students and our OPA community. All the best, Renee Snyder. Next. Good evening, board members. My name is Christine, and I'm a proud parent of a 2nd and 5th grader at OPA SOC. Thank you for all you do to support our children's education. I'm here tonight to raise a concern shared by many OPA families, transportation. As a charter school, I understand we won't receive state funding for busing. But the reality is that families like mine are struggling. The commute between San Joaquin and OPA is over 20 minutes during school hours. For parents with kids at multiple campuses, it's a daily logistical puzzle that puts stress on families, affects attendance, and can limit access to the amazing opportunities OPA offers. We're not here asking for a full bus system overnight, but we are asking OPA leadership to explore creative solutions with us. Could OPA help coordinate carpools and van pools among families? Could we look into partnerships with local transit providers or community organizations? Even a small pilot program for the highest need families would make a big difference. Transportation should not be a barrier to attending a school we love and believe in. Let's work together to find a path forward. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to our students. Christine Marie L.M. Shaw, Children's Author. The next one. To the OPA board. I am writing to respectfully urge you to reject the FUA offer from SVUSD regarding relocation of the San Joaquin Elementary School site. The proposed location poses logistical challenges for many families, as it is farther from both the SOC and SV campuses. This would be especially difficult for parents with children attending multiple OPA campuses, increasing the strain of daily commutes. Additionally, it's my understanding that the offer involves only a partial use of an existing school site. One of the great strengths of our current middle school setup is the synergy created by sharing a campus exclusively with SV. This environment fosters a strong sense of community and school identity, something that would be difficult to replicate on a shared non-OPA campus. As a local resident, I've seen firsthand how much OPA has invested in transforming the current site into a true Oxford Prep campus. My daughter walks to school, and we deeply value the sense of pride and spirit built here, evident in the murals, logos, and even the time capsule that students helped build. These efforts have created a cohesive and welcoming middle school atmosphere. With the recent leadership transitions and changes in staff, many families have already experienced a sense of instability. Uprooting the students again, just as they are adjusting to middle school, could further disrupt their routines and emotional well-being. After enduring the hardship of virtual learning during the pandemic, our students deserve as much community and stability as we can provide. In conclusion, I strongly believe that OPA Middle School should remain at its current location and that the board should decline the FUA offer. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration. Sincerely, Devin. We have one more, which was not sent to the public comments email, but was sent to the email distribution for the entire board. I would perhaps suggest that we read it in the interest of full transparency. Switch. Okay. Dear Sir Matt, I'm extremely concerned about the possibility of middle school relocating to Laguna Hills. I'm a working mother with 3 children going to OPA in the upcoming school year, 1 in middle school, 1 in 2nd grade, and 1 in TK. Change in middle school location will make drop-offs and pickups extremely difficult, and I might have to reluctantly look into enrolling them in school closer to home. My request is to please reconsider this move and take into consideration the situation of existing families. This concludes the public comment.
Thank you all for your public comment and support. I think we would like to direct staff to address any questions that are presentations. Next, items for presentation and discussion. A, Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School and Saddleback Valley Elementary Proposition 39, facilities utilization process. Dr. Frickler.
Good evening, members of the board, colleagues, and our community partnership, and as well as our middle school staff. So thank you all for coming here. I do have the second presentation. Last board meeting at the special meeting, we did a first presentation regarding the facility use agreements for both SV and for the middle school. And just a recap in the beginning of the prior presentation, just the requirements outlined in Prop 39. It is to provide charter schools who service in-district student enrollment with reasonably equivalent spaces, contiguous facilities, if that is possible. It not always is. Furnished and equipped spaces, and that would include our classroom spaces, and then maintenance and utilities. So these are the things that when we do go into a proposal for a facility use agreement, we talk about and try to figure out what enrollment we have, and then also what space that would be equivalent to, and then who is going to maintain the facility or do utilities on the spaces provided. Just in general, if you look up the Prop 39 process, it is a back and forth kind of conversation of trying to establish our enrollment numbers and our projected enrollment numbers, and then having this little song and dance of SVUSD looking at those enrollment numbers and making sure that those are not inflated and that those are actual. So we do have to provide a lot of documentation along with these proposals. But the general timeline is that the charter school requests facility use in the fall around the October and November timeframes. And the school district then comes back with what they perceive as what our enrollment numbers really are. Charter schools then respond to their ADA or enrollment numbers. And then in around February timeframe, we come together with an agreement on what the enrollment actually is, the in-district enrollment actually is, and then, oh, I'm sorry, I went backwards. Or I went forwards. What our in-district enrollment actually is, and our projected enrollment actually is. So we come to an agreement, and then that enrollment equals the number of spaces in terms of classrooms and ancillary spaces, which would be parking lots, libraries, lounges, office spaces, things of that nature. So that formula takes place in February. Then we go into our response to what that formula is for us, and we receive a final offer somewhere in April. This year, the time frame was a little bit delayed due to the fact that SVUSD was going through a campus reduction or a campus consolidation effort. So that did cause a small delay in our normal time frame, but we did receive the official facility use agreement proposed offer from SVUSD on April 28th. Just a summary of just legal compliance, OPA provides ADA enrollment, and the district can dispute, like I mentioned before. SVUSD can offer sole use location, or it can use, or it can offer a cohabitated or co-located facility use offer to us. OPA, we can dispute that. So we go back and forth a little bit on what would be ideal, not only for us, but what they think SVUSD thinks is the ideal for them. Keep in mind the whole time we try to remain having a very civil and formalized professional relationship. And I think we have accomplished that. So I just want to compliment my colleague, Mr. Laurel, for helping me navigate a very difficult conversation with SVUSD, but I think that we did it in a very cohesive manner. And finally, when SVUSD does make their final offer to us, we do have the right as an OPA board to accept that offer, or we can reject that offer. If OPA does decline an offer with SVUSD, what we are doing is rendering them to say, you have no obligation of offering us space. So we take them off the hook, if you will, for the obligation of any facility use or space offer to us. At that time, we would have to find an alternative location to house whichever campus was declined, whatever campus offer was declined.
And could you share, what are the financial implications of that?
So you'll find out a little bit later in the presentation that the current offer that is sitting on the table, we do not rent the facility. So it's a $0 offer going in. We do have the obligation of maintaining the facility maintenance, obligated maintenance, and also the utilities. If we would decline the offer, then we would have to go into a rental situation with another facility, plus have maintenance and have the utility costs associated with that. So we all know the inflation and rental market of the days of today. And so that would cost OPA significantly more than what the offers currently are on the table. A couple myths. So some of the comments that have come forth on the special meeting on the 5th, and also into some of our email communications, which we respond to with families. We know families are concerned, but there's a couple pieces of information that we would just like to clarify. One of the pieces of information that came is that OPA would gain profit from this facility change. And so I just want to reassure everybody that we are not for profit organization to begin with. However, with any sort of renting out part of the facility, that facility would occur at the after the school hour or after the instructional day, and that any renting out of the facility has to go under the Civic Center Act, which is Education Code 38130, and that act stipulates that we could only rent out a facility to cover your costs, which would be your custodial costs, your utilities costs, your cost to operate the facility, but it can't be for a profit on the facility. And so we would have to be in accordance with those guidelines. We will be in the coming months updating our board policies regarding this to make sure that we are current with the Civics Center Act. But any facility use would be after the instructional day, and it would not be it would be a not-for-profit situation. Another myth is that we negotiate specifically for a specific site. We can ask for a specific site. We can say we would really like to have, but in no way do we get to specify what site SVUSD is ultimately going to give us. So we can only negotiate on the enrollment, which would equate to size and space allocation, and then they would have to determine of all of their facilities in their district, which one could accommodate or which provisions could accommodate the students that we serve and educate that are within the SVUSD boundaries. OPA and transparency with stakeholders and communications. So this is a very critical one. I think that we always want to make sure that we're bringing to the board presentations or initiatives ahead of doing it, ahead of going into any decision and going into it ahead of any vote. And especially this year, you'll see, or if you notice on the board agendas, we'd had presentations on the board agenda that were not followed by a vote. The vote would come in a subsequent meeting where the community, staff, and the board could have a liberty of time to divulge that information, understand it, ask questions about it, make comment on it, and make sure that whatever time frame the vote would come, it was a well-informed decision. So this decision is pretty much staying the same course as we've established this year. We did have a special board meeting. We made presentation on what the facility use agreement is. We divulged that information to the board. The board could weigh in, have comment, make question, as well as staff, as well as the community. And so we really value that part of our transparent effort to make sure that anything that we do moving forward, we also bake in that time for people to understand what we're doing, ask questions about what we're doing, and then make comment about what we're doing. So that's all a part of the governance process. And I just want to thank the board for that.
Can I make a comment about that last one?
Yes.
And I just want to put a fine point on, even though there's been speculation about the options that would be offered to us, there's been rumors for months, right? We as an organization could not publicly discuss anything until we received that final offer, because that was confirmation about what we would be offered. So in April, that was the time we knew and the time we could first discuss it publicly, correct?
Correct. In April was the first time that we had a written offer that SVUSD was going to relinquish one of their school site locations to OPA. It happened to be the San Joaquin Elementary School site. But prior to that, yes, we did watch SVUSD, and if you could watch their board meetings, you could see the school consolidation efforts that they had publicly posted. And then there was a decision, I think in the February, March timeframe, of which school was slated for school closure and consolidation. And they were going through that whole process internally with their stakeholders. We are not a part of that process. It could be speculation, as you mentioned, that we were to receive the San Joaquin site. But like I mentioned in my prior presentation, there was really two school sites that have gone through consolidation effort. So I think it would be very premature for us to just assume which one was going to be offered, if any were going to be offered. It could very well have been that the offer that we would have received in April would have been to remain where we currently are. That was equally a possibility for us as well. So we didn't have any hard, fast information until that April 28th timeframe when that official offer came in. Once the official offer comes in, we know that that's not revocable unless the board declines the offer. And so that would be something that then we can publicly disclose. We made sure that we told SVUSD that we were going to disclose that information to our public so that our families could start having a conversation about what that would look like.
So two things I just want to have you confirm.
Mhm.
Is there an offer right now for us to keep the middle school at this site?
There's no offer for us to keep the middle school on the current location in the portables.
Thank
No.
you. And is there an offer for us to move the middle school to Cordillera?
No, there's no offer for us to move any school site to Cordillera.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are we given the option to stay in our existing middle school location?
The current offer does not allow us to stay in the middle school location. The current offer is for us to move to the San Joaquin location. That is where they've allocated space for the students who reside in the middle school.
And if we decline it, we can't stay in the current middle school location.
If we decline it, we cannot stay. If we decline it, we don't have any additional offer of space. So no,
can't
we
stay.
cannot stay
Okay, thank you.
in the middle school location.
Thank you.
And a question, Mr. Laurel, as treasurer, I know the answer to this, but financially, would the middle school be able to go buy a space?
No.
Just wanted to clarify.
That was easy. Okay, so we do really want to make sure that the public does have options for input. And so wherever we can, first of all, our public meetings, our board meetings are public, and we welcome public comment. Honor Society, school site, LCAP committees, even executive director town halls. There will be, now that we understand what the official offer is, we will be having town hall meetings. There will be 2 of them scheduled. Information for that will come out in this presentation and tomorrow. And making sure that our public can come, and we welcome any comments, critiques, questions, concerns from the public, so that we can, as we're building a plan, should the board proceed and approve the facility use agreements, we will be building a plan over the summer months and in the short term to mitigate some of those difficulties and take into account space allocation needs and other needs from the community as well. So our team already kind of put pen to paper and penciled out a tentative plan, and then we will refine that as we get different concerns from the public, and we will try our best to mitigate the majority of those, if not all of those. The goal would be all. I just want to outline the facility use agreements now that we do know what the agreements look like. Again, I just want to mention that the enrollment numbers that you see, you may think, well, those are slightly different. But that we want to project current in-district enrollment for SBUSD students. And you see that from 2024 to 2024-25 to 25-26, that projected enrollment does increase a little bit. And that, again, that equates in space that they are obligated to provide us. We want to make sure of our classroom spaces. Our classroom space would increase by 1. We would not have existing use of the portables, but we would have spaces like a library. They call it a multi-purpose room, but we call it honor hall. Lab spaces, kitchen amenities, and different office spaces, administrative spaces that are quite large and have large work areas for professors and staff. We can utilize only the spaces specified on, this is for SB, on this Aliso Elementary campus, but we cannot use anything that is not specified. So for the SV site, we can use all of the brick and mortar spaces that are given. Again, those spaces are based on enrollment numbers. We can use all of the field spaces, blacktop spaces. We just can't use the portable spaces on the back half of the campus. We do not know yet SBUSD's intended goal or use of those spaces. It could very well be that they remove them. We do not know at this time, but as soon as we do find out, we will let you know. This is a 3-year facility use agreement with the SV Elementary campus. And this will actually provide some stability for the campus. So every year we've had to go through facility use agreements and going back and forth, solidifying our enrollment and solidifying our spaces. And so this agreement will solidify that for 3 years. And so we know SV Elementary is going to be remaining on this campus. And as it continues to grow, it will continue to occupy different additional classrooms as it grows. Again, we are obligated to maintain the facility and do any enhancements, and those enhancements will be approved by SBUSD. When we move on to the middle school location, the middle school facility use agreement offer is for the San Joaquin Elementary School site. Again, the spaces that they allocate within that site is larger than our current middle school. So based on the enrollment, we want to make sure that equates to number of classes. You can see that the current classrooms are 20. It will grow to 21. So there's a little bit of growth at the middle school. Again, the ancillary spaces that come along with it are a parking lot, library. They call it an NPR, but we call it honor hall. The middle school will have its own honor hall, lab spaces, kitchen spaces, and then administrative office spaces, workspaces for professors, counseling offices for counselors, and the library is very, very large. I'll show you a picture in a minute. We want to make sure that we only can utilize the interior, like classroom office spaces that are designated. Mr. Lau is going through some fine points of just making sure what classrooms we would be selecting that would better house things like our computer labs, our CTE classrooms, our STEM and science classrooms. We want to make sure that we pick the classrooms that are most suitable. Again, this is a 3-year agreement, and this will provide 3 years of sustainability for the middle school. So I understand that breaking the TK through 8 into a separate middle school was a different and a difficult situation to endure. I just commend the staff for making it work for 2 years and pulling it together and providing the best instructional program possible, winning all of the awards. But we will not have to go through the facility use agreement for 3 years, which means that the middle school would be stable and sustainable in a site for a 3-year period of time, should the board approve the agreement. This will be partially shared. There are some portable spaces on the side of the San Joaquin side. If anybody has driven around, you can see some portables on the side. And so they will use some of those portable areas for, one will be the music room so that the music can be not attached to the interior campus spaces, but the other portable spaces would be used for storage and some office space. We don't know the intended use. That's all we know at this time. But when we do get more concrete information, we will be bringing that to you. And finally, the same is required. Any permission to enhance the space, we would of course get SVUSD permission, and we are obligated to maintain the facility with maintenance and utilities. And that would be not a rental agreement, but that would be our obligation to the site.
And I recall in your presentation at the last meeting, we made sure it was understood. Historically with SVUSD, we've been having to negotiate on a yearly basis. So that means living paycheck to paycheck, if you will, right? Every year we could possibly be moved. So these 3-year agreements for both schools, it's a huge get. Thank you. I mean,
and correct me if I'm wrong, I do not know, maybe the board would know, I defer probably to Delight or Amy. This is the first time we've been offered a 3-year agreement with SVUSD?
Yes, we've had one with Capo, which really aligns to our charter, but this is our first time that Saddleback Valley has ever given us more than a 1-year agreement.
And they suggested it, just by the way, it wasn't us kind of suggesting that. They suggested the 3-year agreement so that we would have sustainability for the campuses. I just want to preliminary, this is just preliminary thoughts about some of the concerns that were shared in the prior special meeting with regard to communication and timeliness of communication. The minute we found out about the official offer, the board did come together and organize a special meeting so that they, 1, could discuss the facility use agreements, and 2, so that we could let the public know. But just a reminder that in 23-24, that middle school became a separate charter, and they did request specific location for the middle school. I don't think it was the intended design to have a co-located middle school with SV at that time. And again, families do help us out with that Prop 39 proposal that we do have to go through by turning in their intent to return. This was the first year that we had 100%. I just want to thank all the office staff, AJ, like you're sitting in, I mean, it was you running out, like running out. I know, I saw running out and just had here, just sign this as they're in the drop off and pickup lines. Like, and so families did it. So thank goodness. Because this was the first year that we were able to quantify all of our students as enrolled and will be enrolled for the following year. And that was a significant help for all of us. I know it was a super heavy lift for all of you, but thank you so much for that. The bell schedules and the time and drive and transportation, we hear you, we understand that it is farther away. We did, thank you, Ms. Burdette, we did map out and drive between SOC and the new site and SB and the new site to try to see and understand what it would be like a parent to drop off and pick up. The lines will not be combined here at this site should the board approve. And so there will be less congestion in the drop off and pickup just because of the two sites separating. So that will significantly help not only the community dynamic, but also the time for parents in those drop off lines just waiting. And trust me, I know because I've sat in them in the past couple of weeks, just testing it out. And we also mapped out the time duration from SB and SOC to San Joaquin, but SV and SOC to other sites. And so either way, with the middle school moving, it's not able to stay here. So either way, there will be drive time. However, we are committed to mitigating that as much as possible. We do have a couple suggestions. We're looking at the bell schedules, holding the bell schedules if we could. And looking at that as our first option, moving up school opening and having supervision in the morning. So opening up school at 7:45 just to accommodate early drop-offs. If you do have multiple children, we do understand. And then providing breakfast, especially in the morning, breakfast in Honor Hall. So you have a nice place to come in, have a nice breakfast to start your day, and then have a couple minutes to go play in the yard or hang out with friends before you start that learning environment going to your classroom. In the morning, we have that supervision as an option from 7:45 to the start of the day, whether you're at elementary or middle school, they have slightly different schedules. And, or if you need additional time, YMCA or Boys and Girls Club. After school, we want to make sure that from, that 3 o'clock time frame, from the dismissal time to about, 3:30, 4 o'clock, we will have, just staff and supervision around. And then, and of course, when we put these things into place, we'll have to hire and staff for them. So I'm glad that Eva's in the office, in the audience tonight. And then if you need longer time frames beyond that 4 o'clock hour, we want to make sure that YMCA and Boys and Girls Club are there for families as well. Now, in talking a little bit to just the instructional time at the middle school, we want to make sure that we could move like OPA TV, which is going to be a great addition to the middle school. Just foreshadowing this more exciting things to come on OPA TV. But to the first period, the start of the first period, doing some different activities at the start of first period, so that if there was any offsets of traffic, you hit all the lights. And if you did have delays, something happened, at least students would not be missing instructional time, which is really important. And then we would kind of adjust and work with middle school staff with regard to the tardy situation. So we're trying to, adjust some things so that it alleviates that pressure right away, so early in the morning. SVUSD did specify, just back to the questions that I had earlier, that there was a facility use agreement for SV, and there is a current facility use agreement on the table for the middle school, but they can't be interchanged or swapped. I think one of the families asked, well, couldn't somebody else move? And so, and I know that that's tempting and very, very creative. However, they are specific to site and specific to that location of space. And so that allocation of space. There is a lot of, I'm just going to say on the behalf of SVUSD, and this is again something that we did not have to ask for or try to negotiate, if you will. There are some differences between an elementary school site and a middle school site in terms of like size of toilet or size of, things that middle schoolers need that are very, very different than elementary school. And they will make those adjustments and changes instead of us having to make those facility adjustments and changes. So that's why the site locations are specific to the two schools, SB and MS, that we have. We will be building plans to relocate over the summer months should the board approve. And then I just want to say that this will, the facility, at this point in time, in looking at that facility, there just is enhancements for our CTE programs, our athletic programs, after school programs, definitely library space, community space, especially for those middle school students to have almost like a college campus retreat in a library where they can hang out and they can do different things and just be kids of their age range, and really embody that home that they call school for the majority of their day. So in addition, outdoor spaces, we do have a dedicated honor hall. We want to, it's really, really important that when you come on that campus, you feel like you're at an OPA campus. So we have a lot of work to do, even to bringing those cultures and traditions and the feel of OPA to life on a different campus. So we do know that we have I'm so glad Maggie's joining the team next month. We do have a large job ahead of us, but I think that we're really up to the task should, again, the board approve the decision. Final board decision will be made and informed by compiling all of the information, all of the concerns, questions, comments that we have received. The board has at its leisure to weigh through and make their decision. I think the biggest component going into the taking on of the Prop 39 proposal to SVUSD was safety and security of our students, making sure that they have ample space to grow and thrive on a campus, make sure that they have ample space to connect to the friends that they want to, but have space so that they don't feel cramped by some of the students on a campus. And so, and making sure that they have all of the amenities available to them, that they're not denied anything. We have students who are natural athletes, let them be athletes. Like we have students who are natural scholars, let them be scholars, let them sit in a library, let them, hang out, let them do, poetic, excerpts and have a stage or audience to do that. Let them have an honor hall, let them be in the theater, let them play music and not feel like it's not big enough to think big, and it's not big enough to do big things, and it's not big enough to grow in big ways, because our kids do amazing things. I mean, you've seen them up here tonight, and we are so, so proud of them, and we're so proud of the staff that bring that all to life every single day. So thank you for all that you do, but I do know the safety and security and that ability to create an educational environment that we want students to thrive was at the top of our minds the whole time. And then easing that pickup and drop off, making sure you have a safe place to ingress and egress when you're dropping off your child. We do want it in close proximity to the other sites that would have been our ideal. This is the site that was offered. And let me just tell you, it is a pretty beautiful site. And it does have space to expand. So let me just introduce you to the San Joaquin Elementary School. So this is what it looks like when you drive up. You're going to go right into that walkway, wide walkway, clear path to a very secure front office. The whole entire facility is fenced in. It is a safe and secure facility for students and for staff. We have a one egress access point. And if you know anything about school safety, you know that is extremely important. Here is your library and student center. This is what you get. It is big. It is expansive. You could have like this little college campus hangout right in the middle of your library and just encourage kids to dive in and read and be scholars. Here's gardens. There's fleets of garden beds along one side. And so science teachers, that you're my people, and bring those things to life. They're a little dreary and dry right now, but they are going to spring to life and they are going to be fantastic. Here's your honor hall stage. We couldn't even get a picture of the big honor hall, but it is big. It is the same size, a little bit larger maybe than this one. And it has a connected cafeteria right to it for food service, food prep, and restroom facilities. So it is a very nice honor hall. Well maintained. Here's the cooking area, the cafeteria area, the lines that, again, kids could come in the morning, they could get their breakfast, they could sit and hang out in this honor hall area, eat a little bit, and then start their day. That's sometimes good. Got to wake up the middle school students. We have shade structures that are over the covered lunch area tables. And so they're already in existence, and they're pretty large space there too. And here you go. It really, we get the whole exterior outside of the campus, all the field space, the basketball courts, the ball walls, all of that would be free accessible to our students. And then we have designated in classroom spaces. And again, that's based on just our enrollment projection that we agreed upon in February. And then if you saw the portables on that one side, we do get the end portables for the music, vocal music and instrumental music. And then some of the portables would be used as storage space or office space for SVUSD. So we don't get the entire interior campus, but we get a large majority of the interior space. And no one else would have access to the interior spaces of campus because that would be a breach of security. So, but anyway, just to recap, tonight is the 15th. And so it is just these facility use agreements are pending our board approval. And then if our board approves, and if there's like a couple minor points that we want to adjust, we still have the ability to adjust that. And then the final would be on the 2nd of June when the SVUSD board would hear or receive the facility use agreements that were approved by us for their final board approval. So just coming up, there will be 2 town halls, like I mentioned before. One will be on May 20th. One is going to be on May 27th. They're both Tuesday, 6 p.m. Ms. Burdette, Mr. Laurel, myself will be at those events. We'll be answering questions, comments, concerns from families. We will be taking in any question, comment, and concern so that we make sure that we rope that into our mitigation strategies or plans as we move forward. The location would be here in the Honor Hall. We will have it in person and we will also be live streaming. We will have somebody who is moderating any comment or question in the chat so that we can make sure that those comments and questions will be answered by our staff, our executive staff here. Some of the plans have not been fully grounded, but we will take in that. And as we make those decisions, as we pose those mitigation strategies, we will be then communicating out to our constituents, our public, our staff, and make sure that you, as far as we know the plans, you will know the plans of how we're going to move forward. And there is no silly comment or question. We receive them all, and we really want to make your experience, our staff and our families, our students, the best educational experience possible. So however we can do that, we are committed to doing that. And if the board has any further questions.
What do we anticipate will happen to the current portables on the current side?
So we do know that they are it's undecided right now as to what the back middle school portables will happen. Some may be removed, some may remain. We are not sure. That is completely up to SVUSD. We have asked the question several times, and so as soon as they know, they said in about 3 to 6 months they will tell us what they decide or how they decide to utilize them. But they're not going to be occupied.
Okay. Is there any concern from a staffing standpoint that by moving for what some staff members might be further away from their home, that we will lose some key personnel?
I would hope that we would not, because we love our personnel, but it is a farther location and commute. In terms of if there was a staff member who had a significant hardship, I would hope that they would go to HR, Mr. Laurel or myself, and we would try to mitigate that within the organization to keep our key staff members.
I just wanted to say for the purpose of the town hall, hopefully people participate. You guys are very creative. You'll think of problems and solutions that just, the administrative staff is working hard to try to predict all of them, but, participate, think it through, talk it out. That's the best way to come up with kind of all of the school eventuality.
I have 2 questions.
Go ahead.
So has our attorney confirmed that the facilities offered from SUSD meet the space requirements that were due based on Prop 39?
She has, she makes sure that the enrollment that we project is validated by our legal firm, that where there's no inflation in it at all, that these are the actual projections of enrollment. And likewise, she makes sure that the equation that they use to equate to different facilities, whether classrooms and other spaces, is adequate to meet the needs. Of course, we would like more, and sometimes we're not happy with like the ratio of what equals what, but it does meet the Prop 39 requirement.
The last one is, do you believe that the board and your executive team and our attorneys all exhausted the maximum effort to advocate for our facilities needs, with an emphasis on providing safe and, quality learning environments for both our middle school and elementary students?
Actually, I'm really glad that you asked me that question because I really want to thank the Board of Education for all that you've done. I wish people could see and hear and know everything that you've done, every stone that you've overturned, everything that you've thought of, everything that you've tried, every way that you've advocated, to get the best possible educational facility to ensure the quality of education that OPA, the brand, the name that OPA stands by, and OPA is defined by, really can put forth. And so I know that work has been exhaustive by the board. I know that you've pondered many things, and at the heart of every single decision were the students in every one of those classrooms. So it is 100% of my confidence saying that both the executive team and the Board of Education has done everything possible this year to advocate for the safest and most secure and most stable facilities for both campuses, but particularly for the middle school.
I just want to say thank you, to your team as well, for Laurel especially, and it's been in the weeds of a lot of the things, right? And to our stakeholders who've provided, so much input and different perspectives to be considered. And those have not gone lost on us. Again, I think we're doing our best, to have maximum, outcomes for, the most families possible. And while we're giving thanks, I want to also just say thank you to SBUSD, and Mr. Craven, who's been our key, contact through this process. I was just thinking about us getting the offers for these sites, is a result of them having to close school. That's impactful to their families, their organization, and our community as a whole. And so, I just want to be sensitive to that while we are gaining, I think, and getting wins if we accept this offer, there's also other consequences that are occurring. And again, sensitive to that as, with them being our sisters and providing education within our community. So thank you to SBSD.
I would echo that.
I have a few. What is gonna happen to the backside? So the portables, I know you've talked about, but what about the play structure, the back courts, all those things? Are those gonna be accessible to our SB kids now?
All of the field spaces, the back blacktop areas, everything except the interior spaces of the portables would be accessible. I know that we have a fence currently partitioning off the two, what would be the middle school and the SV site. So we would have to go through what that would look like to deprovision that. But we would have access to all of the field space, the blacktop space, anything but the interior.
Okay, wonderful. And then I love that you highlight really looking at the bell schedule and the before and after school options and really helping us look through that. I would just like to request that especially before school, there's great after school clubs, sports, there's great programming for after school. There used to be programming in the morning before schools. And if you're already going to have the kids here early, maybe the guitar club can return or some of the other fun things that used to be in the morning programs. So I'd love for OPA to really be looking at those options. And I'd also like to request, obviously, you mentioned that there's going to be a lot of work done around the move and everything. I know at our next board meeting, we will be going over the first budget. I would love to request that we get a full budget of what the costs are going to be specific to not just maintaining the school site, but really understanding what it's going to cost for us to move it and OPA-fy it. One of the strengths of OPA is really creating that OPA community and that is something our students absolutely love. And so I'd love to make sure that we approve a budget that supports that learning and growing from day one. And then lastly, I would love to hear at the town hall, when you have a little bit more time, more about if there is any ideas around transportation or things of that nature, because I know that's a topic that keeps coming up, and just what would be possible, not possible, or for even, you know, recommendations for parents on that. But you know, as our amazing middle school continues to grow, this is definitely something that is exciting to see. And thank you to all of our stakeholders, both at this meeting and at last meeting, for coming out and speaking and sharing their perspectives. It's been really invaluable. Any other, Betsy, do you have any? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. B, summer facilities projects for Oxford Preparatory Academy, SOC and SV. Dr. Laurel, or Mr. Laurel.
No, I'm not a doctor.
Sorry.
It's okay. I say that all due respects to anybody who's a doctor. Yeah. So anyways, board of directors, members of the OPA community, I've every year, sometime in the spring or sometimes in the summer, I'll bring forth highlighting some of the summer facilities projects that we have going on throughout our schools. This is our time really when we don't have students on campus, we don't have as much staff on campus, so we could really take the time to really deep clean the carpets, pressure wash the school sites. Whereas on a day-to-day basis, there's always people occupying these spaces. So here's a listing of some of the routine maintenance and summer projects that we have listed out. At SOC, there's a sandbox that sand always gets out of and creates a slipping hazard. So we're looking to put some asphalt on that. That's building upon the asphalt that was placed on the blacktop backside of the SOC campus as well. We're looking at exterior and partial interior painting of the main building at SOC. There's also some of the wood siding on the main building that's damaged by the sun as well as water. So looking to get some of that replaced. We have some carpeting and some of the portables that we want to accomplish. Two of these portables have some pretty worn down tiling from, I'm assuming, 2012. That it's really, we spend a lot of time in cleaning it every year, and it just, you can't buff it out. So we're trying to make a change so that it really reflects a better learning space for our students. We do have some asphalt replacement that we want to do on the permanent shade structures here at the SV school site. Moreover, if you look around throughout the school site, there are a lot of lighting fixtures that have fluorescent bulbs. I'm forgetting the assembly bill, but it is no longer, we are no longer able to procure fluorescent bulbs because it's illegal in the state of California. So we're looking at gathering quotes and changing the fluorescent bulbs to LED lighting, which should also be a cost saving in the long term with energy savings. Other things, we've replaced a lot of the wood beams in the prior year with Dr. Lewis. We're looking to expand on replacing and repairing some of the wood beams around the campus. Not only do we want to ensure that the water damage and or termite damage is mitigated, that there's no safety hazards, but I think from a curb appeal, we want to really shine, that we want to take care of our facilities and show our families and our community that we care. And then again, I'm also touching, we do a lot of deep cleaning throughout all of our school sites. And like I said, this is our time for us to get in there and clean up. So yeah, here's two classrooms where we just have constant complaints coming from teachers or recommendations that we make the change from being tiled into being carpeted. Here is the sandbox asphalt that continues to be a safety hazard in some regards because the sand always gets out, kids are playing around it, and they slip and fall. It's also just unsightly at times. When it rains, it tracks dirt into those tiled classrooms and carpeted classrooms. So looking to asphalt that over. Here's some of the main areas we're going to be painting. Brightening up the interior space when you walk in. It's pretty dim. Kind of just want to brighten it up a little bit just so it feels like a more warming and welcoming environment. Again, at the SV campus, if you walk around, you'll notice that there's a lot of damage. Um, with wood, even if it's painted and kept up and sealed, there is UV damage from the sun that beats down on the wood. So again, trying to ensure that it's safe as well as, from a curb appeal standpoint, it's also aesthetically up to standards. Here's more of the beams that need to be repaired. More beams. You'll notice some either termite or water damage. And this is the asphalt replacement that we're looking at. Depending on, again, we've touched on this quite a bit tonight. Depending on what's going to happen with those portables, this access point is where those portables are ingressed or egressed out of the facility. So if we know or get wind of what's going to be happening with those portables, we may delay this project because we don't want to spend a hefty amount of money to replace asphalt when there's going to be big rigs driving over it and tearing it up. In here. It's kind of hard to see in this picture, but it's really torn up underneath the tables. Just when the water gets off of the shade structures, water erosion happens anywhere from either wood or asphalt, concrete, any type of surface really, but it's really torn up and really needs replacing. Before I touch on the facility challenges, there are two other projects that that came up after I had done this presentation. One of them being we did have a site walk with the city of Mission Viejo. Thankfully, a city council member walked with us as well as our resource officer from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. We did a walk of the school site to ensure proper access control. We did realize that entire green space, after talking to the city and looking at the parcel records, the entire green space is actually part of the school. And on the backside, there's also a park. So we're looking to put up a fence to delineate the park from the green space that is part of South Orange County. Sometimes we get a lot of community members that walk through with pets during school hours. So it's just a way for us to have great access control as well as make sure that residents in the area also know that part of that's not a public park. Public park is a little further down the area, down the way, but have that delineation through the day.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you saying that the field is part of SOC and that the actual playground structure is the park part?
So Barcelona Park, if you go past, if you're looking out
so
from
the field and there's like a little bit of a dip.
Yeah,
Is that
past that
structure?
where that dip is, and there's a bench and a little concrete area right there. That's
the
where
line?
the line is.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you go to that park on the far end,
Yep.
that's actually Barcelona Park.
Okay.
Yeah. Which was confusing to also the city of Mission Viejo, because there was signage up that all of the green space was a public park, but in reality it wasn't.
Okay.
So.
Sorry if I missed this, but because it's part of your summer plan, does that mean we're anticipating it might get a fence this summer?
Yeah, actually, so it'll be a joint program between us and the city of Mission Viejo. They've been great partners throughout this process and fielding questions from the public, as well as talking to parents that have concerns about access control. So yeah, they're actually gathering bids right now. Also on the backside of the campus, there's another access point through in an easement between two homes that goes down backside. We are also looking at putting up a crash bar gate there. So during school hours, it could be closed off, as well as during normal operation or before and after school, there's ingress and egress, right? Yeah, so the city right now is working on gathering all of the quotes, and we'll be bringing back a proposal to us to delineate. There is a MOU between the city of Mission Viejo as well as Capistrano Unified School District, who owns the site. In that MOU, the city of Mission Viejo does all of the regular maintenance for that field. During the weekends, they do have sports recreation programs through the city, of which they'll irrigate the fields,
reseed them over the summer and do stuff like that. So we've also got to make sure that they're able to get, the big lawnmowers through and as they maintain those fields regularly.
One more clarified question.
Mhm.
If we fence, if the field gets fenced, where's the backside? Because I know the question has always been, is who owns the hillside?
The hillside is owned by Oxford or not Oxford.
And the school,
Mhm.
but what about the field?
The field is part of Capistrano
No, no,
Unified.
no. There's SOC.
Yeah.
And there's a hillside and
Mhm.
then there's a field. But the field has a hillside too.
So yeah,
So are you
that hillside goes all the way up to the homes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, we won't be fencing all the way up. Like I said, we are waiting on proposals from the city because this is a joint project between OPA, SOC, as well as the city of Mission Viejo.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah. So again, I presented this last summer and again, I'll touch base on it again. We're not a traditional school district. We do have facility challenges. Unlike public school districts, we don't and we cannot issue public debt via bonds to improve facilities. Anything that we do, it's either going to be funded and or authorized by Capistrano Unified School District or funded by us and authorized by Saddleback Valley Unified School District. Where other school districts, they're able to harness the assessed values of properties within the boundaries of that school district, and they're able to utilize funding, public debt to do some modernization and big facility projects. We don't own our facilities. Any major capital expenditures to improve them can be wasteful if we were to move sites. I wrote that last year as we had a 1 year like year-to-year facility use agreement. So with that lens, if we spend a hefty amount of our fund balance or what have you on improving the school site and we are no longer at that school site, that would be a considerable amount of money that we've spent as a sunk cost. And again, facility approvals, like anything that we do to our facilities, must be approved by our authorizing entities first. It requires compliance with state and or local regulatory agencies that provide oversight as well. And one other project that I was going to mention before we brought up the fencing was the sewer, scoping out the sewer and maybe sewer repairs at the South Orange County campus as well. But these are our facilities. We're looking to make some improvements and in regards to routine maintenance. This is not out of the ordinary for any local education agency to do on a year-to-year basis. In fact, the times when we really focus on these things is during the summer again, and moreover, sometimes during the winter when we have like a nice long break.
Is there an avenue for either us or members of the community to make other suggestions? Because I know that especially on this campus, just as it has a slightly older look than the other campuses, there certainly have been conversations about the playgrounds. I believe there was some soil issue, but that's now been fixed. So there's a role maybe we could play in updating some of the swing sets and playgrounds.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like perimeter fencing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. No, totally. I totally understand that. Actually, in our finance and audit committee, we did bring up board president Travis brought up that same issue. We are looking at replacing some of the swings. Some of the fall protection needs to be rehashed again. Now looking into changing and upgrading like current play equipment. Those are heavy. They're very expensive. There are a lot of DSA compliant play structures that are should I say cookie cutter, that are prefabbed and pre-built, and it's just the cost of those. And I've done a lot of them in prior districts. They range anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000. So especially if we're changing the fall protection, which in some cases can be rubber fall protection, in order to do that, there's concrete that's poured underneath for the foundation, and concrete is a very expensive in terms of construction. It's expensive per cubic foot. So those are things to consider. I think that if we had a blank check, and I said this at the my last presentation last summer regarding facilities is if we had a blank check, there's so many different things. And here's the thing, is all local education agencies, so public charter schools, school districts within the state suffer from the same kind of issues. And some communities have a hard time passing a bond, of which then it makes it a little bit more difficult to do any type of major renovations and or modernizations.
Can I ask one more clarifying question?
Mhm.
So we paid in our back playground,
Mhm.
paid for the ground to be redone
Mhm.
at this point, but
Mhm.
the swings still aren't in there,
Mhm.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay, can we please look at getting those added for next year? This is like, I cannot even tell you how many parents asked me about
Yep.
this specifically.
We looked at it this year, because it was brought up, and I was just to mention the needs assessment in the fall that goes out to like faculty, staff, and we go out to families too. Right in on the needs assessment, there's a safety portion, and then it will get considered. It's the fall protection underneath the swings, that we have to build up, and so, looking at what the cost is for that, and then how do we get that put in, we will, but it's not the swing itself, it's like the what.
But I thought we did that.
Yeah, we refreshed it a little bit. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it was safe now so that swings could be added.
Yeah, so it's, again, I've mentioned it, I've mentioned again, we brought it up at the fiscal and audit committee. And it is something that we will be looking into installing and repairing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
For the needs assessment, have anybody contribute?
So can I just, in addition to the needs assessment is, getting information in and through site councils, also a really good way to get facilities priorities or requests floated up.
Mhm.
Okay. so-
LCAPs too.
Mhm.
And the LCAP.
Wonderful. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item C, Oxford Preparatory Academy field trips. Ms. Quebec.
Thank you. Good evening again, everybody. So I just have a brief presentation to go through about the policy process and planning for our big overnight field trips is the focus. And this is the time of year that we start to look at planning for the 25-26 school year. And in fact, one of the middle school camps is on our action item list tonight to be reviewed by the board. So as we go through this process, it's really important just to be fiscally responsible in our planning. And that is the overview that I want to go through tonight. So just an overview of some of our big overnight camps. In fifth grade, we attend the Irvine Ranch Outdoor Education Center with a focus on California history, environmental science. And in sixth grade, our staff and students attend the Pally Institute. So there's a lot of leadership development, STEAM, ropes courses, and a lot of outdoor science experiments. And then the big one that we just returned from, all safe and sound, was our overnight Emerald Bay Camp on Catalina. And there the students get to focus on marine biology, character building, kayaking, and different ecology labs that they participate in. And again, these are OPA traditions. They are lifelong memories, and they really have to be planned intentionally to make sure, again, that we are being fiscally responsible because they are very costly. So an overview of how preparing and planning for these overnight camps, the workflow that we go through. First of all, we work with each camp to propose dates and procure specific timelines. And in this, we also have to establish our attendee caps. So most camps have limits in terms of the size of groups that can go. Most of the camps that we attend can accommodate very large groups. And we also have to make sure that the accommodations are sufficient, the resources are sufficient for the number of students possibly attending. We then work with the camp to include in the contracts any reduction in the number of attendees. So as we go through this, we have to predict how many students will attend because not 100% of students can or choose to participate in the camp. But one of the kind of challenges we look at is if we underestimate the number of students attending, we might not be able to reserve a large enough space if more students choose to attend. So we typically err on the side of being higher in what we're proposing for the initial contract, which means the cost can look higher, but we work into the contract a very specific deadline for us to reduce our numbers. And then that way, by reducing the numbers without penalty, we're safeguarding the fact that we can get enough space for all the students who do want to attend. And we're not stuck with a bill that includes students who don't go And then as we are doing tonight, we bring that contract to the board to review, to look at the different safety considerations, insurance needs, and make sure that the contract is approved before we move forward. And then we really work on our deadlines. We work with very early notifying parents, discussing what the camp looks like, what the activities are going to look like, making sure they have resources to look at the accommodations. And we do ask the parents to make a firm RSVP by a specific deadline. And we're very clear, this is because we have to basically buy our reservations, pay our tickets, procure transportation. And after a certain deadline, we can't be guaranteed that we can add if we haven't had those RSVPs in place. And again, what we do is by the time that wait list closes, we create by the time that deadline closes, we create a wait list if families are notifying us after the fact. Then we go through all of the camp documents. We make sure that our families get access to camp waivers. We work on room assignments, trail assignments, and that all has to get to camp 2 weeks prior to the arrival date to make sure we are really dialed into exactly what we're asking the camps to provide us. And then we do a lot of parent communication over that time. So we're working with parents in a big parent information meeting. We're informing students. So that's the basics, just to reassure parents of the safety and security of the camp. Packing needs, medical needs is a big one because it takes a lot of time to get all of the medical forms in. So we do require medical forms to accompany every single piece of medication that we send to camp with our kids, including aspirin and Advil and Dramamine for the boat ride to Catalina. And we also do get our own. So although the camps have waivers for all of our staff and students to attend, we also do an OPA field trip permission slip because we are providing the transportation to and from camp. And then finally, we get all of our final donations and payments before the final due date. And our goal is to make sure that we have covered the complete cost of camp. But we also do budget in our LCAPs field trip costs so that we can provide for families who may not be able to donate towards the cost of camp. And the cost that we project to families includes the cost to attend camp, any transportation costs, and also the cost to cover our staff who are going as chaperones because we have to get substitute teachers on staff. And that's an extra cost that sometimes we don't account for. That is our flow, and that's kind of where we're at. So tonight we are bringing forth our PALI contract so that we can get that in place and make our reservations early. The nice thing is for our PALI camp, we are moving our reservations back because in past history, it's come up really fast, which makes it very challenging to get sixth grade reservations in the month of August and September. So we're now going to move it back a little bit so families have time to settle in, make a good decision, and hopefully we'll increase our attendance at camp.
This came up at the time of the 5th grade field trip. The system that they use to take the deposits charged to like a $25 fee, or a pretty significant fee as for processing the payment, which I think took people by surprise because then maybe a couple weeks later there was a request for families to provide some money for graduation. And so one after the, it's like, if I didn't have to pay that fee, that would have been the exact amount I needed to give to graduation. So it's kind of, I don't know if that's something we can look at. I can find the name of the system.
It's offered through Living Tree is the system we use to collect donations.
Yeah, it's been I think industry wide, there's not a lot of different portals for parents to do it at like a low cost. Coming from a traditional public school district, you're generally advised to not do things like Venmo or like Cash App. Traditionally what they would, industry standards like cut a check, right? And nowadays it's hard because who has a check? I mean, I have a checkbook, but not everybody has checks.
And that's industry standard is.
And oftentimes in doing large collections like that, we'd get bounce checks, which then we incur more fees.
Yeah, so
and we're not covering the cost if those checks don't get.
I have been asking around to other CBOs that I know in other counties and trying to figure out what is the most secure, but also low costing like portal or venue for us to accomplish that. The problem is there's not many that are a nonprofit or applicable to like a nonprofit. Moreover, they're more commercial. But it's definitely something that we're looking at. I think as a parent, although my child's not in school yet, I can imagine that it would be, taxing to have to pay these fees all the time.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you. D, Canvas Learning Platform, first review.
So again, at the middle school and at OPA wide, we're always looking at ways to be more efficient, be innovative. And one of the programs that we started looking at was a way to really help engage parents in their learning of our middle schoolers, because we know as they transition into middle school, our students want to become more independent. We want our parents to become more independent of their children, but they still need a lot of guidance and help to be organized and be successful in middle school. So one of the systems we looked at was a Canvas learning management system. So we're going to go through the process, some of the benefits of possibly migrating to this platform if the board chooses to make this move, and also the process we've gone to really engage our staff and get feedback and determine whether this is something that would really be beneficial starting at the middle school level. So Canvas Learning Management System as a whole is a learning management system platform. We currently use Google Classroom as our learning management system. And in Canvas, really what this is looking at is really helping our educators manage and deliver their academic content in a much more engaging way, in a much more organized way. It's also elevating our instruction. It really allows us to incorporate different ed tech devices and systems and subscriptions, including our current curriculum, where it's all integrated into one platform rather than many, many different jumping off points, which makes it very confusing for both our students and our parents if they're helping support at home. And then finally, it's really helping increase our family connections. So right now with Google Classroom, it is very challenging for families to jump in and really monitor the learning of their students. There's 7 different classrooms. Parents don't have their own access point. And so this, hopefully with the system, will really enhance the support at home and the partnership with school and increase that communication. So Instructure is the system, is the company that works with Canvas. And really it is a full cycle of connection with the teachers, our administration, parents, and the students. So there's many, many benefits to moving towards this platform that will help improve our instruction and our student engagement. So we're going to look at the enhanced learning environment that we can accomplish with the migration to the Canvas learning system. First and foremost, again, as I mentioned, we really want our middle schoolers to become independent learners. We want them to take accountability for their learning. And with this platform, it really helps them even in their early ages and as they're developmentally a little bit still building that capacity for the executive functioning, the organization, time management, all of the things that we're trying to teach them and you're trying to support them as parents. This platform really puts everything into one place and helps students understand how to organize their time and learning, but it also delivers instruction in a different way, which will really increase collaboration and critical thinking. As I mentioned, it connects parents. Parents will have a much easier in to monitor their child's education. They can support, they can engage, they can see what they're doing. We know most of our children come home, we ask them what they did for the day. They're like, nothing. We know that they were doing a lot of things. And so hopefully with this platform, they really have a more active conversation around the dinner table about what is actually happening at the middle school. Our teachers, this platform really will help them become more efficient. It has a lot of resources and tools for our professors to elevate their instruction, really engage with students. It helps simplify some of the grading process. It allows them to give almost immediate feedback in many different capacities to the students. So students are waiting for a paper to come back 2 weeks later. Teachers literally in the moment can be engaging and giving feedback, whether it's through a voice message, quick annotations on a Google form. But again, it really will help balance our teachers' workload so they can focus on engaging the students versus some of just the paper management and grading component behind the scenes. And one of the big benefits of this platform is really unifying our campus. So going back to our current system of Google Classroom, even as an administrator, if I'm sitting with a student, our counselor is sitting with a student, we're trying to support them and see where they're struggling academically, we have to find the login code for 7 different Google Classrooms. And if I'm not attached as the teacher and I choose not to be attached to multiple classrooms all of the time. I have to every single time go in and find those codes and log in. As a parent, you do not have your own parent access. You have to log in with your child or have them log in for you so you can see what they're doing. Every Google Classroom looks different in the way it's set up. So right now, one of the things we implemented this year was a rolling agenda so parents could easily find out what their students were doing. We were trying to work on that for independent study. So if you needed access to it, but every Google Classroom had it linked or living in a different space. With Canvas, we can really integrate kind of an expectation and norms across the campus of how it's set up, where things are located, and make it a lot easier for our students and our parents to access. So some, again, of the benefits, there is a central hub. So when students log into Canvas, it is one dashboard. They see all of their classes in one place and can easily navigate between classes without having to exit the platform. They can also access different resources, and parents can access different resources. So our counselor has created a beautiful counseling Google Classroom. But again, that is one more access point for parents and students. Here, it would automatically populate right on the dashboard. From a staff standpoint, it also allows us to memorialize and capture our professional development, staff meetings. So again, we would have our own ability to build a dashboard for staff that they can access to get resources. And also it really helps with continuing. We talked about all the OPA traditions, the onboarding of new staff. Everything can be housed in a space where we don't lose access to it if someone no longer has access to their Google Drive. It streamlines our communication. So a lot of the information in Canvas, again, is all on one dashboard. It integrates calendars. So every classroom to-do list, assignment list migrates into one calendar. It allows families to be able to see to-do lists, assignment due dates, and also see when assignments are turned in and get immediate access to the feedback that their child is getting. So although Aries gives you kind of a snapshot of grades, it's not live. It's very stagnant. This would be a lot more of live kind of daily feedback. It really is a much more organized approach for all of us to be utilizing. The feedback tools, again, are some of the biggest things for our teachers. It's very robust. There's a lot of immediate feedback to students. And again, it allows them to really be learning in the moment and making adjustments to their learning if they're getting that feedback in such a timely manner. And all of these tools are really preparing our students for the future. So we know a lot of our high schools and many of our universities are utilizing this platform already. So our students will move up in their education already well versed in what this platform looks like. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of integration to this Canvas learning management system. So it integrates with almost all of our current curriculum, again, allowing one-click integration. So if a teacher sets up a learning module or a lesson and they want to embed a YouTube video, the student doesn't have to click out and go to a YouTube video to watch it and then click back into a Google document to answer questions. It's all embedded in the platform in one space. It allows us to access curriculum. So right now, like for example, in a science classroom, if a student needs to access Amplify, they have to log into Amplify, log into that module, find the right tab. Here, that specific lesson could be embedded directly into the workflow that the students are working on. So how this resource is supporting our teachers, one of our big goals is to really continue to build efficiency into what our teachers are doing so they can work on the delivery of instruction and the engagement with student and the student support rather than constantly rebuilding things that they maybe can't find or have to find differently, especially with new teachers. If they jump in and they're trying to build curriculum that already exists, that's a lot of time. And so it's build it once and reuse it. So it lives, it's memorialized, and it's easily accessible. There's also a wealth of libraries of templates and resources that are shared within the Canvas environment. We mentioned the multimedia embedded. It gives the teachers a lot of different ways to engage students and really access those multiple intelligences, and it's all in one space. The lessons are very structured. You can complete seriously a workflow that goes from one step to the next step. And so until a student shows mastery, for example, on step 1, they can't move on to step 2. So it really allows teachers to monitor that progression of learning so that they can intervene early rather than at the end of a unit at a big summative assessment when they really needed to intervene at the beginning of it. There's a lot of different grading options. So you can build in rubrics. So the student gets feedback based on a rubric almost immediately when they submit work. It will auto grade for teachers. So once it's set up, it really streamlines a lot of the grading. They put in the rubric, the expectations, the answer key. And when students submit the work or quizzes, it automatically gives them that feedback. It also allows for a lot of formative feedback to teachers. So in the moment, a quick exit ticket, a quick check for understanding that's not necessarily graded, but gives feedback in terms of the mastery on that content. For parents, it's such an improvement on user access. Again, one dashboard for parents, they can easily access all of the student classrooms that they're working within, see what are the due dates, look at the student calendar, help them kind of time management at home. Again, it's real-time updates. It's not a pause. It's not waiting for something to populate in Aries because it migrates from Google Classroom to the teacher to Aries. Anything that is being graded within Canvas. And again, this isn't saying that we still don't have pen and paper grading and assignments that have to be graded and then inputted, but everything integrates between Canvas and Aries. So anything that is automatically graded in Canvas automatically migrates to Aries. So it's not a double entry, which is what our teachers are doing now. Again, the grading is very transparent. You can see almost immediately how your child is doing on a certain assignment, a certain assessment, and it allows a lot of support from home. And one of the biggest things too is this will really streamline our independent study program. We can actually build differentiated modules and assignments. So if a student is on independent study, a teacher can easily assign specific assignments rather than all. So it gets very confusing when a student, I can't do this because it was in class, but these are the things you need to do. So it creates a workflow for the students. It allows for a lot more differentiation, which supports our GATE students, our Scholar Academy students. So teachers can create certain workflows within a module where all students are getting the same content, but in different manners that only that student can see. So it's very unique to each individual learner. Students have very easy access to the dashboard. Assignment monitoring is very visible, very easy to maintain kind of the flow of what they have due. It helps them plan ahead for long-term projects, short-term assignments. Everything is very clear on a calendar and a to-do date and what they've turned in, what is past due. It's also accessible on all devices, so mobile devices, which helps when they're in transit, they're on vacation, and students really can take ownership of their learning. So we can self-pace some of the modules, or it can be whole group instruction. There can be in-class collaboration. So it really enhances the different learning modalities that all of our students embrace. And so just kind of a quick overview. So this is an example of the view that both parents, teachers, and students can access. We're right now even trying to get into Google Classrooms and things on a mobile device is very challenging. So this is very mobile friendly. So if you're in the car and you want to check on your kid or your kid needs to check on what assignment is happening, it's very accessible in a quick moment versus having to go home, get onto the Chromebook and look for anything that is missing or that they need to complete at the time. So our goal, if we choose to move forward and this becomes board approved, is to roll out an implementation plan in the fall. So in the past, what we've done this past year is our entire OPA admin team had the opportunity to demo and view the platform, kind of dive in from a teacher view, a student view, and a parent view. Then we brought that to our middle school leadership team. So we went through a very similar demo. They went through and walked the teachers through. The teachers got to give a lot of input, ask a lot of questions about accessibility. Does their curriculum integrate? How difficult is it to learn the platform? Will their Google Docs be able to be embedded? And so a lot of those questions were answered. They're not losing the stuff that they've created. They're just migrating away from the platform that's capturing it. So it still integrates with Google Docs and Google Drive, but it's not housed in Google Classroom any longer. And then after that meeting, we just last week had a whole staff meeting where I went through an overview of this presentation. We did a miniature demo for them as well and got more staff feedback. And the feedback was extremely positive from all of our staff. And so to support any of the possible changes that might be occurring in the fall. We have rolled out kind of a slow implementation because it's going to take time to learn the platform and start migrating all of the years of work and assignments to the platform. So our goal is in the fall, we would start with very comprehensive training sessions. Canvas provides very detailed professional development as part of their package. They also provide coaching and 24/7 tech support for anyone. So if a teacher is working solo and they're at home trying to do something, they can access, kind of ask, the bot, ask the tech at any time that they need that help. So we'll be rolling this out if we choose to move forward at the week of welcome and also in our full day staff development in October. And the idea would be to train on how to utilize the platform and then slowly month by month be integrating the modules and moving, kind of planning like one unit ahead. So if I'm working on something now, I can start to migrate that from Google Classroom into Canvas. It's not live. It's just me as an educator moving my stuff over and kind of learning how to manipulate the platform. And we're working a little bit ahead, a little bit ahead, a little bit ahead. And our goal is by winter break, we're ahead enough that we can then roll it out live to parents and students. So the goal would be in semester 2, we'd be onboarding parents, give them a lot of information, do a lot of training on how they can access work, and spend a little time when we come back from winter break, training the students, walking them through the platform. And then from that point forward, we would move from Google Classroom and have Canvas be our live learning management system. And through this time, we're continuing to build in preparation time, planning time. We really feel like this will build a lot of cohesiveness and collaboration amongst our teams. And so this will be built into the PD plan that we're starting to develop. So there's very specific time designated on our Friday PD time for teams to be building out the units that they want to migrate into Canvas, play with some of the more advanced features, because as they go, there's a lot of really cool features that might just take time to learn before they jump in full force. So the goal is to really just have the platform built out first, content migrated over, and train our parents and students in year 1, and then be in full implementation by year 2. And then, as I mentioned, there's a lot of ongoing support from the Canvas infrastructure. So they offer workshops, coaching sessions. There's a ton of pre-built templates that are already embedded within their program, so we don't have to create everything from scratch. And tech support is very efficient and easily accessible at any time for our professors and administration. So we're all going to be learning together. We're not expecting anyone to be an expert right away, but then there's experts at our fingertips to help us if we don't have the answers to all of the questions. So that is an overview of our plan to hopefully migrate from Google Classroom to Canvas. And then I believe if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
And this will be for all 3 school sites.
So we're going to start just with the middle school at first. It really does accommodate the secondary model because we have multiple teachers. And so the goal is to roll it out with middle school staff, build that capacity. And then after the first year, we would look at potentially moving it to all 3 sites so that all of OPA would be living in the Canvas platform, including all of our administrators and all of our PD.
I have 2 questions. One is, do you think this platform is more conducive to supporting building that e-portfolio for champion profile and competency demonstration across the years at OPA?
Absolutely. Okay. It really does house things in a very easily accessible way. So it doesn't get lost in terms of what did I name it? Where did I put it? Which teacher built it? Yeah. There could literally be a dashboard widget that is just for that student's capstone portfolio. And then everything lives there and it's not going to get lost. And also one of the fears is if you have a staff member who owns that drive that students are putting their materials into and they leave the organization, we no longer can access that content. And so although the students might have access to it, if something gets lost, if something they can't find it in their drive, we can't access it from the adult standpoint as well. In this platform, it lives in one space. It also allows us to build libraries for staff and students that they can go in and access different resources independently of just that one classroom. So I think it will really build a lot of different options on what those portfolios look like as we move forward.
Thank you. And then my second question was, and I believe I know the answer to this because Canvas is obviously a widely used platform, but comparing security of information, because a lot of student information are housed in these platforms, right? Comparing it to the Google classroom space, would you say it's comparable in terms of information security or even better?
It's a lot higher security. So right now we do struggle, especially at the middle school level, when all of these documents are being shared and people are adding, you know, editors and users and viewers, and all of a sudden a document that is owned by one student because they're collaborating now is shared by multiple students. We'll still utilize some of the Google like accessibility of sharing a document amongst us, but within the platform, their grades, their quizzes, the feedback, everything is very private and it's very secured versus a Google Doc that might then be accessible by many, many people all at the same time.
This is what Capo uses, so I'm very excited to see this. As a parent with a special needs kid, it makes my life much easier when he comes home and tells me he has no homework. It's really easy to see that that is not true. Also, it's really great for middle school honor society because you can put the honor society things that would normally go home as flyers and get shoved in a backpack right there on the dashboard, and parents can see all the stuff, and student leadership can post their own things. It's a really good move for our organization. So I'm really excited about this. I would love to see, I know this is preliminary, to see the cost comparison to Google Classroom next time.
Yes, and that's our plan next time, is to bring the cost and give you a chance to review what that looks like. And I just want to kind of piggyback on, you're absolutely right. Any source that we want to put into the platform, we have that ability to, and it all integrates. So if there's a due date for a parent to purchase a dance ticket, it's right there on the calendar. And now it's not hidden in a student calendar. The parents see it all too.
And I still get the emails about every grade because I signed up for it, and I get the weekly email. So this is a really good move.
Are there other comparable platforms that we have or should consider also?
I think we've looked at several different ones, and we can do a little bit of research if you'd like to see a couple different ones. One that I was very familiar with in my prior district was one called Schoology. This is leaps and bounds above what Schoology can accomplish. So this is one of the highly touted. It's used by a lot of universities. We looked at accessibility for where our students would be matriculating to. So this is a very common platform that they will see moving from middle school to high school to college, which was one of the reasons this was the one we kind of focused all of our energy into researching. And from a cost perspective, it was very reasonable in terms of the cost that we'll be bringing forward to the board at the next meeting.
Are there any staff members who are experienced that could be kind of local experts?
Yes, thank you for asking. So one of the things that we did get to do in part of our demos is access a free kind of demo platform. It doesn't have all of the bells and whistles and features that we would get if we fully embrace this platform, but they got to kind of dabble with it. We do have several teachers that have used it from a student standpoint. So when they're going through their university courses, they've accessed it from the student viewpoint. And we do have a couple of teachers that did sit in on our leadership team that have used it in previous districts, and same thing, and as a parent. So we kind of have all of that perspective that went into some of the feedback before we chose to bring it to all staff and to the board. And again, going back to full experts, we talked about that because sometimes it is hard when you're rolling out a new initiative or software. Teachers want to look to someone like, if I can't do it, who do I ask? And that can be a challenge. And again, it goes back to some of the support embedded within Canvas is they have access 24/7 to those quick, I need a question, I don't know who to ask, and it's 9 o'clock at night. And so they will be kind of our experts to begin with. And then our goal is to build the capacity of all of our staff. So anyone who's onboarded has anyone to go to that would then be able to support.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. E, Oxford Preparatory Academy intent to apply for public charter school grant program application. They will.
Good evening. I wish more of our professors were here because I'm very excited about this. I'm very excited about applying for new grants, finding ways to be efficient, not being wasteful, being prudent. That's like, and so the board of directors may be aware, but also for the OPA community, this is a grant that we are able to apply for since OPA Middle School was a new charter school. We had opportunities in the past to apply for it, but we never applied for it. So this is our second chance to take a swing at it. And I've been emailing Allison Ball at the California Department of Education, just trying to figure out when we can expect these funds or to be granted. And thankfully, I think it was late April. She said the request for funds authorization came out, and so yeah, we're gonna apply for a grant. So here's an introduction to the Public Charter School Grant Program. It's a sub-grant program funded by the Federal Charter Schools Program, authorized under Title IV, Part C of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, ESEA of 1965, and as amended by Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, 20 United States Code, USC Section 7221J. So there were $93.8 million in grant funds for fiscal year 24 through 29. So 24, 25, 25, 26, 27, 28, 28, 29. With that, there are three main purposes to assist in the development of the initial operations of a newly established or conversion charter school, to develop high quality and high performing charter schools, providing technical assistance to charter school authorizers, and to provide technical assistance to schools on best practices for increasing academic achievement. So here's a timeline of which we will be applying to this grant. April 24th, it was posted on the CDE website. Prior to the application that we'll be submitting on June 24th, there was an intent to apply to the PCSGP that was due tomorrow. I already submitted it to CDE, and we've met the self-evaluation to apply for the grant. I also know that in talking to Allison Ball of the California Department of Education, that I believe OPA SV did apply and get these grant funds when it first operated in, I believe, 2016. And so she was very familiar with Oxford Preparatory Academy. She knows that we are classified as high performing and high quality by the state. And she made the recommendation that we should apply, and I'll get into what subgrant we should apply to. But just so you guys are aware, I will be submitting this by June 24th at 5 p.m. By August 1st, we should know where our application status is. And from there, approximately 4 to 6 weeks, pending the final approval from the Education Department, we should be able to get the funds awarded to us by September 1st, 2025. That means that anything that we're spending in this grant would be reimbursed to us on or after September 1st, 2025, if we get the grant. If we get awarded the funds, after that, we would be either on a monthly or quarterly basis, we would be invoicing them back to the California Department of Education, which they would be sending us some money, right? So there's 4 different subgrants that we can apply for. One of them is a planning subgrant, another one's implementation, replication, and expansion. I'm not going to spend too much time on explaining all the other types of subgrants. I just want to bring our attention to the one that starred, the replication subgrant. This is for new charter schools under a governing board running one, other, or multiple schools, and are subject to meeting the definition of a high quality charter school. Like I said, both of the schools that were coming from SOC and SV are designated high quality and high performing. That is also what the grant coordinator that I've spoken to at CDE recommended that we apply for. So there's some eligibility requirements. We have to meet the federal definition of a charter school. We have a UEI's unique I forgot the rest. Identifier. It's kind of late right now, but we do have a UI through SAM, which is how the federal government awards us funding. Entity. I'm sorry. Entity. I always think of E as education, but unique entity identifier number through the SAM registration, which is the portal of which all federal grants are awarded. We do have autonomy from our authorizers. We do have stringent lottery requirements that are free and open to the public to apply. We are a nonprofit organization. We do meet the minimum student enrollment. And again, for high quality requirements, if you go onto CDE's website and you look up charter school not rankings, qualifying, high qualifying charter schools, Oxford Preparatory, South Orange County, as well as Oxford Preparatory, Saddleback Valley are both classified as high performing and high quality. Again, we meet all the eligibility requirements and we will be submitting for the application for this grant. So here's the different sub-grant types and as well as the different types of funding that we're eligible for. If we do receive and are awarded the replication grant, it would be a 3-year grant, of which the first year, so starting September 1st, 2025, so that would be fiscal year 25-26, we would be eligible for up to $300,000. In that year 2, which would be 26-27, that'd be another $300,000, and 27-28 would be $200,000 with a grand total of $800,000. So yeah, the sub grant, the term would be from September 1st, 25 through August 31st, 2028. Some allowable expenditures, acquiring supplies, training, equipment, technology, educational materials, including developing and acquiring instructional materials. If the board were to approve the facility use agreement tonight, it would be a tremendous amount of capital that we'd put to work in making sure that school is quote unquote OPA-fied and to our standards. Also, you know, one thing I do want to point out, we talked a lot about in other presentations about transportation. One thing that this grant does allow as a cost is providing one-time startup costs associated with providing transportation to students to and from the charter school. So just another way that if we are adding expenditures, they could be offset and carried by this grant. More, yeah, like there's a lot of different ways we could utilize this funding, and for us to not apply would be unprudent of us. That's all I have to say about the public charter school grant program. I am very excited. I've been I guess borderline obsessive in seeing when this was going to come out and what the timeline was going to be. It's going to be a very heavy lift, but I think the proof's in the pudding for what we did earlier this year with the CTE IG funding, that we could pull it off, and we've got the team to do it. So, do we have any questions?
No, thank you for constantly looking for ways to offset our costs at the middle school.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I just asked, when you say heavy lift, I mean, there's a lot of narrative, a lot of data.
I mean, not as much. I was actually going through the application right before I got up here just to refresh myself. Not as much as narrative. Not as much narrative. Moreover, it's more like, hey, do you have a UI? Where's your authorizing charter? When was it authorized? Tell me where your Title IX, like essentially all the different parts, components of our charter, like have to be pointed out and put on there. Other things are like, I need the resumes, all governing board members.
Good luck.
So yeah, heavy lift as in it just doesn't take one person. There's curriculum that's included.
That's what I wondered. Is it mainly central office staff?
Yeah, mainly. Yeah, central office staff.
Yeah.
A lot of the documents, one of the low hanging fruit were we have to notify our authorizing agency that we're applying for the grant. I did that last week, so that's checked off the list of a 45-page document. So yeah, after tonight, it's always tough getting to the board meeting and making sure we have everything and we've thought of everything and we've vetted everything. So starting tomorrow, next week, we have a little bit of a reprieve before the next board meeting. So that's going to be, we've got some dates on the calendar already where we're going to start trying to knock out a lot of this in the coming weeks. So
the middle school still qualify this meeting.
Yeah. So we couldn't be prior to July 1st, 2023. We couldn't be serving students. Yeah. So we just made it. Yeah. So yeah, I'm very excited about this, the prospects of this. So hopefully we get it. And we'll be doing everything we can to put ourselves in the best position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, items for action. Item A, Oxford Preparatory Academy, SV, SOC, and Middle School Student Handbook, second review, OPA. Annual updates for school handbooks to meet compliance standards to ensure alignment with current local, state, and federal regulations. Once approved, the updated handbooks will be distributed to all stakeholders and published to ensure transparency and compliance. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item A.
Do you want a motion?
Yes, I will.
I'll make the motion to approve item A.
Second, I would actually like to table this, so I'd like to, make an amendment to table this. There is, I think, several updates that I think would be actually better to have it presented and approved at our June meeting. My understanding is that if we still do it in June, that we are able to still meet our timeline, correct?
We have to do the early part of June.
Yeah.
To get through publishing. So some of the updates may not be known.
Okay, okay,
But if
okay. Does anybody want to, make them?
I'll amend my
Yeah,
motion
thank
to table the item till.
Fine, okay, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, so moved. B, Oxford Preparatory Academy, SV Facility Use Agreement for SV USD Final Offer. OPA SV annually engages in a Proposition 39 process with Saddleback Valley Unified School District. Prop 39 is California law that requires school districts to provide reasonable equivalent facilities to charter schools operating within their boundaries. OPA submitted facilities requests to SV USD by November 1st, detailing the projected enrollment and facilities needs for the 2025-2026 academic year. SVOSD reviewed the request and responded with final offer on April 28th. It is not a rental agreement. OPA agrees to provide routine maintenance, facility projections, and utility costs associated with the 3-year term of facility use agreement. OPA must formally accept or reject the Saddleback Valley USD offer. It is recommended the board of directors approve action item B. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. I do actually want to request a motion to be amended. That we approve the Prop 39 facilities use agreement with Saddleback Valley USD and accept their finals offers, but with the delegation of authority to the executive director of the CBO and the legal counsel to negotiate the remaining outstanding terms and executing of these agreements once finalized.
I amend my motion. Do I need to read the whole thing?
No, you can just say you.
I amend my motion.
Okay, and can I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so moved.
You need to ask for no,
Oh, do I have any no's on
an
that?
extension.
Yeah, do I have any no's? No, no extensions. Okay, so moved. Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School Facilities Agreement with Saddleback Valley USD final offer. Oxford, OPA Middle School annually engages in Prop 39 process for Saddleback Valley Unified School District. Prop 39 is California law that requires school districts to provide reasonable equivalent facilities to charter schools operating within their boundaries. OPA submitted a facilities request to Saddleback Valley Unified School District by November 1st, detailing the projected enrollments and facility needs for the 25-26 academic year. Saddleback Valley reviewed the request and responded with final offer on April 28th. OPA agrees to provide routine maintenance, facility projects, and utility costs associated with a 3-year term of the facilities use agreement. OPA must formally accept or reject the Saddleback Valley Unified School District offer. OPA must formally accept or reject the Saddleback Valley Unified School District offer. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item C.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
With the same proviso.
Yes.
So I need a second and then amendment. So,
Second.
okay, wonderful. I'd like to request an amend of a motion to be that the motion is to approve the Prop 39 facilities use agreement with Saddleback Unified School District and accept the final offers with the delegation of authority to the executive director, the CBO, and the legal counsel to negotiate the remaining outstanding terms and execution of agreements once finalized.
Amend my motion.
Perfect. And Dr. Shaw?
Second.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. Thank you. We are moving location. All right, next, item D. Paleo field trip for Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School. Field trips remain a core component of the OPA educational experience as they enhance student educational experiences by providing real-world connections to the classroom learning. The PAL field trip is for OPA sixth grade students who want to engage in hands-on activities to develop critical thinking skills, curiosity, and a sense of wonder. Field trips also promote social emotional growth by encouraging collaboration, independence, and respectful behavior outside the traditional classroom setting. Once approved, administrative oversight will be provided to ensure that all paperwork, processing, and adjustments are correctly instituted. It has a potential budget impact of over 45,000. It is recommended the board of directors approve action item D. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
All right, second?
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes, any abstentions, so moved. All right, next, fiscal year 2025-2026. Orden Gilham Reading Curriculum is a research-based reading intervention program. After students in grades kindergarten through second are identified, students can receive targeted intervention tailored to their specific needs using evidence-based strategies that strengthen foundational reading skills. Early intervention not only improves reading proficiency, but also boosts students' confidence and long-term academic success. Once approved, a professional development plan will be developed for the 25-26 school year. Has about a cost of 43,000 or 45,000. Is recommended board of directors approve action item E. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, may I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
I just asked a
yeah,
question.
go ahead.
To confirm, is this part of our screener situation, or this is like an intervention for after that?
They
process?
screen and this is the intervention that addresses the deficit.
Gotcha, thank you.
I think it's wonderful that this is being added to programs, so. All right, any other discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes, any abstentions, so moved. All right. The 2025-2026 Curriculum Associates LLC elevation quote, price quote of Q54353. The Curriculum Associates LLC elevation program provides English learners EL with software to enhance language acquisition and reclassification. This program provides targeted, adaptive, and instructional tailored to each student's proficiency level to help students improve their reading, listening, writing, and speaking skills. In addition, it provides data tracking features that allow educators to monitor progress, identify gaps, and personalize instruction, therefore supporting fast language development. It is this has a cost of just over 51,000. It is recommended the board of directors approve action item F. May I have a motion?
I'll motion.
All right, may I have a second? All right, any discussion?
Just for clarity, the 51,000, it's just for the fiscal year as it says, but the quote I saw the contract is for 3 years. So we can expect the same cost probably every year.
No, so like the $51,000 is for the 3 years. So
Oh, so
technically,
it's not just for the
the
fiscal year. See, it says just for fiscal year 25-26.
We pay it in the business.
Yeah.
But
Gotcha.
it's, but the services go over
Prorated.
the year.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
the duration is. But the program software is.
All right, so it's the upfront fee and then
Yeah.
we get it for free.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we just pay any additional cost for your 2, 3?
No.
Okay. I just like to commend Deidre doing all the hard work. Any other questions or comments? No. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? No abstentions, so moved. All right, items listed under consent are voted on by the board in one motion. There are no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items to be pulled from consent. Before making a motion, would any member like to pull an item from the consent calendar? If, yes or no? Any? No? Okay. It is recommended that the executive director recommends approval of all consent items. Following the approval of the board, each item will be deemed as being considered fully and adopted as recommended. Item A, executive director with approved minutes. B, chief business officer, item 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, and 7. May I please have a motion to approve the consent items?
So moved.
All right. May I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? Oh, we can't. So all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any of those? All right. The abstention so moved. Okay. There we go. Next, executive director report.
Thank you so much. So we've come to the end of the agenda, a bit of an exciting meeting. I just want to touch on a couple of things that are coming up. First, we have a board member selection process. It's sad to see Mr. Vernon go. It has been such a pleasure serving as your executive director. I wish you well in every single endeavor, and so it's great. Yeah. So thank you for your service. With having said that, we will now engage and we'll have a public communication go out for the timeline and process for selecting a new board. So that will begin tomorrow. And then we will follow up with the June 12th of the June 6th board meetings that will have an update on the board member selection process and then also that. In addition, we are welcoming Ms. Maggie Burdett to the Chief Academic Officer's position. So therefore, we will be flying we are flying the middle school principal. And so we are hopeful to engage some of our professors in the process of selecting a new principal. I know information is either going to go out or has gone out on gathering information from stakeholders as to what we are looking forward to replace that principal. And then there's a very manager position to the middle school. And finally, the 2 town halls that I mentioned earlier in my presentation, one is on May 20th and the other one is on May 27th. They're both here in our honor hall, and they'll begin at 6 o'clock. And so we are really looking forward to active community and staff participation as we navigate and mitigate all of those concerns. Now that we know. So we will be doing whatever we can to make sure that happens.
Wonderful. Next, we will move on to the board directors reports. I would actually like to start this evening. This is, I want to actually take a moment and recognize and thank one of our fellow board members, Michael. Michael, while your time was on the board was brief, your impact was anything but. You jumped in with clarity, conviction, and a deep sense of responsibility at a time when it truly mattered. Your contributions helped steer important conversations. Your voice brought a thoughtful and steady presence to the room. What you brought to the table, your perspective, your candor, your professionalism elevated our work. And though we are sad to see you go, we are incredibly grateful for the time you gave and the mark you've left. Thank you, Michael, for your service, your leadership, and your belief in our mission. I personally found another friend, and I look forward to staying in touch as a fellow alum of Pepperdine. I wish you well and all the best that lies ahead for your family and your kid, but always know you'll be part of our OPA community. I do have another thing to share on the board report, but I do know if any other board members would like to also add any comments regarding Michael's service. If we have to.
Wow. Under the chair is.
Pleasure, yeah. It's just I don't want you to go. So member DeLune, although it is being cut short, your involvement on the board has truly been a gift to this organization, bringing invaluable professional and parental perspective to this role. You have dedicated many hours to the success of the organization and will truly be missed. And I just wish you all the best in your upcoming pursuits.
Michael, as your time on the board comes to a close, I want to extend my sincere thanks for your dedicated service and thoughtful perspectives throughout your time on the board. Your insights have always added depth to our discussions, and your steady presence has been a true asset to OPA. Thank you for the time, care, and commitment you've given to this role. You will be missed, especially at mealtime. And for those who don't know, Michael has radar for when I've just sat down to eat and will always text me to chat. I wish you all the best in your next chapter.
Well, it's gonna start sounding dumb. But bittersweet goodbye to Michael. While we only worked together for a short time, we doing it a couple months ago. I have grown to appreciate that very measured and thoughtful approach for your meetings. We'll definitely miss it going forward.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is it okay if I say a few words? So I don't know how many people remarks. That's not really my style, but the kind words are, I'm very grateful for it. Unexpected, which makes it almost emotional. Recently took a personality test and said that I'm emotionally distant. So I think I'll need to reconnect with my emotions one way or the other. I mean, look, when I joined the OPA board, I thought I was just joining the board of the school where my kids were at. And, little did I realize that I was actually truly joining a community, and a community that deeply cares about the mission for which it stands. And that starts with the teacher, with the staff, with the administration, with the board, all around. We share this mission. And everyone is so dedicated, working so hard. We always joke that the board meets so late and stays up, etc. But if anything, it's a reflection of that dedication, which is kind of sometimes difficult to see out there in work. I leave not out of any particular concern or protests. These are just my personal reasons, including, it's no secret I'm going to change schools for the children, and also my work situation has changed, meaning that I don't think that I would be able to meaningfully contribute to the school, and would be doing it a disservice if I were to get longer. So again, thank you. Like you said, it's been, almost a year, so I wish I would have done a full term, but I'll miss all of you.
Do board members have any other comments they'd like to make during this time of our report outs?
I have two quick things.
Okay.
Just one report out that member Freiler and I met with Dr. Fricker to plan the process for board member selection. As will be the two board members assigned to work on the process outside of the meetings until it comes to the full board for decision. So that's underway as was described. And then just lastly, another congratulations to all those that we got to recognize tonight. I think it's a great demonstration of the incredible talent and all the effort that contributes to making us count. So thank you to everyone.
I'd like to reiterate the thanks to the students and the teachers who were honored today. It's wonderful having that type of recognition, and just the level that we've set of what we expect from these community members and students here is just astonishing. And I also wanted to say, I really appreciate the amount of input that the stakeholders have provided based on our decisions about where the middle school will be. And I want to thank Kim for setting up those town halls for the next coming weeks to really continue to value that input.
I'll echo that, especially with respect to the new facility. I think it's going to be transformative to the school, both in the short and the long term. And I think it's going to be a real stepping stone into the future for
I also want to echo the congratulations to the students and professors recognized today, as well as families. Really highlights a lot of the hard work put in, both out in front of us, but also behind the scenes. And also with regards to facility use agreement, I think we all know there are a lot of feelings on both sides of that issue, and it was very nice to hear from a large amount of the middle school staff today Because I think what's lost in some of the logistical challenges that we're going to definitely address is all the potential for really success in the school at the new site. And especially the harm that could have been posed to the middle school if we tried to do something else very haphazardly by rejecting the work. But yeah, definitely, like I said earlier, please stay engaged with those town halls because I think that together we can make this really positive.
So I have something that I prepared for tonight, that I wanted to share. This is our last meeting before our school year ends, for our kiddos. So as we finish our state testing, our year-end celebrations, and yet another remarkable year for OPA, I want to take a moment to reflect with deep pride and sincere gratitude for everybody. To our dedicated teachers and staff, thank you for the heart, time, and energy you bring to this work. Your commitment to our academic excellence and character development continues to set OPA apart. Whether it's in the classroom, on the playground, or behind the scenes, you make the magic happen every day, and we're incredibly grateful. A special shout out to our teacher award winners tonight. To our student award winners today, congratulations. Your hard work, curiosity, and love for learning have not gone unnoticed. Your achievements inspire all of us and reflect the very best of what it means to be a champion at OPA. To our athletic champions, you've shown us what it means to play with passion, discipline, and sportsmanship, and you've got to check out one of the games. From our 3 championship teams to all of our sports, your teamwork and perseverance have been outstanding. You represented OPA with pride and made us cheer louder than ever. To our student leaders, thank you for stepping up, speaking out, and helping shape a positive culture for our kids. We're proud of the example that you set. As a board, we are committed to ensuring that OPA remains a place where students thrive academically inside and outside the classroom, and that they grow as leaders and being a champion citizen. This year, you've all proven once again that our champions are not only achieving, but leading with integrity and heart. Thank you for our leadership team, especially our central office, and for Saddleback Valley Unified School District for providing us an enhanced middle school opportunity next year. And a special shout out to our graduating 8th graders. We know you'll be amazing champions in the future at your future high school and beyond. Thank you. We are proud of where we've been and even more excited about where we're headed. And with that, we will recess to closed session, and the meeting will move to closed session at 10:18 p.m. The meeting is reconvened to open session at 12:13 a.m. Public report out of action taken in closed is none. Adjournment is recommended the board adjourn regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on May 15th, 2025. May I please have a motion?
Make a motion.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any noes?